Because
On this day?
on this day.
Yeah, on this day. You didn't say on this day.
Well,
Well-
Kerry always says on this day.
I know he does. That's sort of
I was hoping that you would say
Oh.
today.
Today, it's the 21st of September. And that's my happy song.
And
So-
why did Earth, Wind, and Fire do a song called the 21st of September?
It's
No
just called
idea.
September. It's not called the 21st of September. It's just September.
Well,
But-
it's called
but in the
September,
song.
but it singles out that specific day.
Yeah, I don't
Why?
know.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
But if you follow Earth, Wind, and Fire on Twitter, Gina,
Yes.
the official account tweeted out a message,
Yeah.
I think about 3 hours ago or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Oh,
That was
who's
the
in
message.
charge of the Earth, Wind, and Fire account?
Because do you remember?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I almost forgot.
The first, the second, the third, the fourth. You see, a lot of people assume it has something to do maybe with the changing of the seasons, but no. The guy, Earth, Wind, and Fire guy who wrote it said, it's because that sounded the best.
Yeah.
That date sounded the best.
Well, it's kind of, yeah. Da, 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 da. It fit, you know.
Yeah. It was the right beats.
Now, I don't know what I really have never paid any attention to the lyrics of that song.
That's not a song where the lyrics are important.
No, you can't. As a matter of fact, it just all I hear is I don't. So I don't know what the song is about at all.
It's not. It's just about a nice day you had. That's all it is.
And how love was
Yeah.
here to stay. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I haven't heard it. I've heard that song a million times and have not heard one word of it.
It's just a celebration song. It's one of
Yeah.
those, you know.
Just
You put it
And
on
I
at a
needed
party.
that today because you guys know I'm not a crier. You see me cry
no.
like twice ever, right?
Gina, how many times have you said this in the past months?
Well, this is what I'm saying.
I'm not a crier, but I cry all the time now.
Yeah.
It's 2020, everyone.
And when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died on Friday, I was a puddle. A puddle.
How did Jonesy take it? Because I know RBG was kind of a hero.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because she was taking a nap at the time that it came through.
And
I
she
was
woke
all
up. She woke up, didn't she? Like, something's wrong. Something's wrong. What's wrong? I know something's wrong. What's going on?
There's she came downstairs and she said, I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg and I are on some cosmic connection. And I said, why? And she said, because I think she knew I needed to be asleep when the news came through, so I would be rested so I could handle the news. She was upset.
Yeah.
She was just upset for that news. I was upset about because I went, oh my God, that means this is going to happen, and then this is going to happen, and then this. So I went down the
process hole.
yeah.
Now, unfortunately, this could have been avoided had Ruth Bader Ginsburg not hedged her bet.
You mean retired when
Yeah.
Obama was president?
Yeah. A lot of people, apparently a lot of people urged her to retire when Obama was president, foreseeing that this might happen.
Well,
she
we all
was
were
convinced.
sure
She was
Hillary was gonna
convinced that
win.
Hillary Clinton was going to
Yeah.
win, and it would be okay.
Yeah.
She's close friends with Nina Totenberg, and Nina was saying, you know, this was the plan, was that Hillary would get elected and then she would retire.
Yeah.
And that's what she wanted to do. And because that didn't happen, she had to stay in there.
But as Earth, Wind, and Fire says, ba-dee-ya-dee-da-da-ba-doo. I'm reading the lyrics now, and it's
Yeah.
yeah, be-da-be-ya-dee-da-da-dee-da.
That's the
how
difference,
you
though.
feel.
That's the difference, though, Bill, is that they make it sound cool.
Yeah.
Well,
They can do it.
that's they. I'm just reading the lyrics. They are the ones who are the artists.
Yeah. They
can
make
do
it sound cool.
Yeah. So yeah, but you know, on the plus side, Donald Trump has said, "I'm going to select a new. It's going to be a woman, And this is going to be great because apparently Mike Lee is out selecting dresses right now.
Is he?
He's finding a gown. He's trying.
Good
I
for
gotta
him.
select a woman. I better get some. I better get some dresses.
Good for him.
He's getting his wife to help him pick out a little assemblage of nice dresses. And
Mike, we support you in your gender flow. All right, you do that.
we'll be
We love
seeing
you
him.
no matter what.
Yeah.
You do that.
It's going to be. We'll see him in a whole range of chiffon. It'll be lovely. Somebody's going to help him with his makeup.
And he's done all that sucking up this last week. All for naught. Poor thing.
It just depends on how. The first thing he did is ask his wife, "Is Castleton's still open?" She said, "Mike, that's been closed for years."
How about Mervin's then, honey?
Can I get a patio dress at somewhere? I just,
I need to be pretty.
I
I
really
know
somebody
that's important to Mr. Trump.
Somebody needs to Photoshop us a picture of Mike Lee in drag with makeup on.
That would be
I'm
wonderful.
ready. I'm ready for my nomination, Mr.
Hey, but
President.
you're picking a woman. I can be a woman for you, Mr. Trump.
I can do whatever you want. Saw my cat yesterday. I was gazing. See, I don't cry. I stare blankly out the dining room window.
That's what you were doing?
Yeah, that's what I spend my time doing, is just staring blankly out the window. And I saw my cat, Mr. Fluffy Pants, go after a squirrel. I saw this squirrel. It was kind of over there. Usually they're up on the fence or in the tree, but the squirrel decided it was going to jump down lower and onto the ground for a second. And the second that squirrel hit the ground, I didn't see the cat anywhere. All of a sudden, I see this flash of black fur, and my cat, wham, goes after the squirrel, and they disappear around the corner of a fence where I can't see them. Mm-hmm. So I go outside to see if perchance Mr. Fluffy Pants and his fat ass has caught a squirrel. No, he didn't catch the squirrel. But my God, that squirrel would not let him forget it. So the squirrel went back up into the tree and then continued to make the most racket I have ever heard a squirrel make. Mm-hmm. He sounded like a chicken sometimes even. Mm-hmm. He was giving that cat...
another thing.
No kidding. And he came down the tree to where he knew the cat could not get him and sat there and just gave that cat, what for? You stupid son of a bitch. Do you think that you could have possibly, you ever try that crap again with me? It was just like, it went on and on and on.
Oh, yeah. Skillet number 6 will sit and yell at Ripley just, for an hour if she's out, going potty or whatever.
I was amazed. And the cat finally just looks embarrassed and slinks away.
Okay.
Like, oh, God, all right. Man. So there was a highlight of my weekend. That was it right there. That was the most important thing that happened all weekend.
All right. Well, let's get this over with. We'll begin things coming up here in a moment. Very important sports on the way. Also, big boy news and opinioendo, and your check-ins next.
Yeah, you want to call? Call now. 877-602-9696. That's the number to get in with us right now. You want to get in good with the Radio from Hell show? Of course you do. 877-602-9696. Call us now. That's checking in. Lets us know what you're ready for. If you're ready for the show, we're happy to have you. Come on, call us right now. We want to know what you're doing. Do it. Call us. Yeah.
All right. So we will take a break. We will be back with your check-ins. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
Right now through October 11th, you can save up to $150 off Big O brand tires. That's through the 11th. Big O, locally owned and operated, ready to serve you. They've done a bunch of work for me recently. The good guys down at 2nd East and South Temple, the Big O Tire store there. Now, when you go into the Big O Tire store, they'll take all the precautions to keep you and themselves safe. They wear masks. They sanitize vehicles. They even have contactless drop-off and pick-up if you want to do it that way. So you can call ahead of time and make an appointment. Or you can make an appointment online as well, bigotires.com. that's where you'll find a location. Big O wants to keep you and your family safe on the road all fall, so they've got a $49.95 healthy car checkup special. So find out about that. If you want to find a Big O Tire store near you, and you know you do, go to BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust.
During
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable. Scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason. Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something
Do you want me to try to read
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who
effort.
doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Uh, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
We will take your check-ins at 877-602-9696 after we officially begin the show. Gina.
Brought to you by Scott Hale. They're offering a preseason furnace and AC tune-up for just $54. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
And now, originating live in Salt Lake City, Utah, from the X96 studios, high atop the second story of the 12-story Broadway Media Broadcast Tower, coming to you in living color, it's the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The producer of the Radio from Hell show is in our downtown studio. That's Katie for short. She's over there. You can see her at x96.com/live. Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal, learning to run the Radio from Hell show so that Katie can take a little vacation. And I assume Skip and Miriam are also joining us and helping out. The moon is, well, it's lovely. It's just a little crescent there, 22.7% of full. The moon will rise today at 12:19 p.m., today being Monday. It's the 21st day of September in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. It's International Peace Day, ladies and gentlemen. It's World Gratitude Day.
Peace
And-
and gratitude.
And it's Miniature Golf Day. So I think you know what you ought to do. It's also, being the 21st of September, our consultant, our mystery consultant, the all-knowing Suit, points out, on this day in history, Jimi Hendrix changed the spelling of his name to Jimi in 1966. The TV series Perry Mason, starring Raymond Burr, debuted on CBS in 1957. H.G. Wells was born on this date in 1866. J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit was first published in 1937. And on this day, very important sports with Ed Brass will occur on this day. So thank you for all of that, all-knowing Suit.
It's an
Thank you.
important day.
It is.
All right, 877-602-9696. Let's get to your check-ins. We begin with E.B.
Good morning. Evie.
How are you?
There she is.
We're fine. How are you?
Good. Do you remember when you guys advised me to change my name?
Carrie has some memory of this. I do not. So
Yes?
refresh our memory, E.B.
I believe it was Tuesday morning because my name's Emily and I was complaining about it. So you guys said change it to EB.
And why
How's
did we
that working out for you, EB?
I like it.
Why did
Good.
we suggest EB? What's your? Do you have a? Is that your middle name or last name with the B?
Yeah, it's Emily Beth
Yeah. Could you mind saying your last name?
Windward.
EB Windward.
Yeah, it's a good
Perfect.
name.
Yes.
That's an author's name.
Yep.
Yeah. I say you. Yeah. Stick with that. EB Windward. If you have informed everybody, your family, your friends, I'm now EB.
Not yet.
Okay, we
No.
need to make it official, EB.
And we want to know how it goes.
Okay.
Make it official.
Yes,
I-
my new book, The Winds of the Forest by E.B. What was the last name again?
Winstead?
Windward.
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 E.B. Windward.
Close enough.
Yeah.
E.B. Windward.
I say fine. Get the court proceedings going. Go to court. Have your name changed legally.
Yeah.
Initial E period. Initial B period. Winstead Ford.
Windward.
Word.
Yes.
Windward. That really is an author's name. Yeah. All right, EB.
Glad we
Congratulations.
could help.
Glad we could help you.
All right, let's go to Wendy.
Hi, Wendy. How are you with your name?
Good morning. What? About
How
my
are
name?
you? How are you with your name? Do you like it?
I'm good. Yeah, it's Wendy with 2 E's. I love it.
Oh, that's right. Wendy with 2 E's. Thanks for
Yes.
checking in. How was your weekend?
I would buy EB's book.
You would?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
My weekend was sad.
why?
My positive attitude went out the window with Ruth
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
hard.
RBG. I cried when I saw it. My friend sent it to me, and I cried because of lots of reasons. First of all, I just love her. I've got a shirt with her face and name on it, and I have a mask that says "Fight for the things you believe in," and it has Ruth on it. And I was pretty devastated, and I'm sick and tired of Mitch McConnell and his double
Yes.
standard.
Yeah. Well,
I can't.
yeah.
This is kind of funny, Wendy. So I was in one room and my husband was in another room, and I called out, "Oh no!" And he said, "What?" And I said, "RBG died," and I started crying.
Ugh.
And he came in the room.
You said
and he
Robert
said-
Downey Jr.?
No, he thought I said Kenny G died.
Oh, Kenny G. That's even better. Kenny G.
Why are you so upset about Kenny G?
Well, why wouldn't you be upset?
No, it's
So
the
that was kind of
notorious RBG.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, sorry.
When we
I'm-
went and saw that, when we went and saw that movie, my 14-year-old, we were at the Broadway, and my 14-year-old stood up and clapped at the movie, and I
Yep.
was like, "You are my child, and I love you, and I love her, and I'm brokenhearted."
Oh, Wendy. Well,
Too bad.
we got to move on.
Yeah. The
Thanks,
plus side
Wendy.
is we'll
All right,
be.
moving on.
The plus side is we'll be seeing Mike Lee and his brother Thomas Lee getting dresses and learning how to do makeup.
Yes. Wendy, just remember, she never gave up. Neither should we.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Wendy. Let's go to Lauren. Hello, Lauren.
Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me listen.
It's our pleasure. What can we do for you this morning?
Well, I just had to talk up to someone about Schitt's Creek winning all the Emmys last night.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did.
They
Schitt's
broke
Creek.
records last night.
Yeah,
So
record-breaking
happy.
sweep.
Every award that they could possibly did they win every single thing
Yeah.
they were nominated for?
Yeah.
I think they did.
Yeah, I don't
part
think
of
that's
what
ever
was in it.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty exciting. And I just saw a little bit of it. I saw Eugene Levy. I think it was when he won the Best Actor award, and he's what a sweet, charming man he is. Just great, just absolutely great.
As you watched it, it was like perfect because Dan Levy was like right there in the background, and like his reactions to everyone winning things was just
Yeah.
like the sweetest thing. He was so happy for everyone.
And so very Canadian, apologizing for winning again.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
I think he says now Twitter's going to be really angry with me. Well, yeah, well, it was great. The only I was kind of surprised that I thought the one that would be left out was Annie. What's her name? Who plays the daughter?
Alexis.
Annie Murphy.
Annie Murphy. For some reason, I thought somebody's going to get left out, and it'll be Annie Murphy. But she won as well, so there you go.
All right. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks.
We'll see you. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, we have a stalled semi-truck on I-15 southbound approaching 5600 South and Roy. The right lane is blocked, and traffic is backed up to the I-84 split. No accidents to tell you about, though. If you see something, please text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news and very important sports right after these. X96.
The music starts when Radio from Hell.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's...
And
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
not ripped, inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of
Exactly.
music. So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones
but
on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better.
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
In a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they, and they put on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go.
Drippers.
The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know
with a-
how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than
Yeah.
than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
Well,
There's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think no, not among them.
and I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
All right, very important sports coming up. Stand by for that. It is 6:36 right now. Time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
The Blocks is downtown Salt Lake. Downtown SLC open streets from 6 to 10 p.m. each Thursday, Friday, and Saturday now to October 10th. For more information, go to theblockslc.com.
Well, as we were talking about earlier with one of our callers, Schitt's Creek did something that no other television show has ever done. Won every possible category at the Emmys. The show took home all 7 awards in the comedy category at the 2020 Primetime Emmy Awards. For the beloved show's final season, Schitt's Creek took home Outstanding Comedy Series. They also won all 4 acting awards for Eugene Levy, Catherine O'Hara, Dan Levy, and Annie Murphy. By the way, the last name of Eugene and Dan is Levy, and yet I heard people saying Levy during the awards, during the Emmy Awards. Somebody would say Levy, and then somebody would come on immediately afterwards and say Levy. Just get things straight, please. Just get them straight. Drives me crazy. The show took home the Writing and Directing Awards, which were won by Dan. He picked up 4 awards at the event. Schitt's Creek also won 2 other awards during the Creative Arts Emmys, which were like a day or 2 before. And
You
reportedly,
knew Moira's costumes would have to get it. You knew whoever.
Is that what it
puts
was?
those- Oh yeah.
And then reportedly, they won more awards in 1 year than any other comedy series has ever won in the past. The Primetime Emmys, a full list of winners. Drama series Succession won. Supporting actress in a drama series, Julia Garner won for Ozark. If you've never seen
Ruth?
Ozark, she is great.
She's hilarious.
She plays Ruth, and she's incredibly good. Supporting actor in a drama was Billy Crudup, The Morning Show. I've just been starting to watch The Morning Show. He is so damn creepy, and so
What's he
good at
supposed
being
to be
creepy.
in
He's a network executive. He's not the head of the network, but he's a top executive, and he is as creepy as a person can be. Directing award for drama series Succession won. Writing for drama Succession also wins. Lead actress in a drama Zendaya Or is it Zendaya again at the Emmys? Zendaya or Zendaya. Or I believe
think
it's
it's Day.
Zendaya.
Yeah.
It's Day, so let's say that. Jeremy Strong, lead actor in a drama. By the way, to go back to Zendaya, I believe the youngest person to ever win an Emmy Award. And then in the limited series, Watchmen really cleaned up.
Yes.
They won Best Actor and Actress. They won I was
Writing
surprised.
and
I was
directing.
surprised that the Best Actor award for limited series for Watchmen. I was surprised that the guy won because he's not. He doesn't. I don't recall him do. He's good, but I don't recall him doing that much.
Well,
in
he
the
was
series.
nominated for that one episode that he was prominent in.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Just for the one.
Yeah.
So his name is. See, now I don't know how to say his first name. Yahya, I believe it's Yahya Abdul Mateen II.
Yes.
I would give him an award just for that name. Yahya Abdul Mateen II.
We were watching and we were rooting for Regina King and honestly surprised that she won because the category, everybody in that category was just
Yeah.
amazing.
Let's see, who was in that category? I'll find it here. It's lead actor in limited series, lead actress. So Kate Blanchett was nominated.
Yeah.
Shira Haas was nominated. Octavia Spencer and Kerry Washington, all just fine actors, but Regina King wins for Watchmen.
Watchmen, Cord Jefferson and Damon Lindelof won for Best Writing. Trent Reznor, Atticus Ross for Best Music Composition.
So did very
Yes.
well, and HBO, even though Netflix had more nominations than any network, HBO really was the network that cleaned up with a Emmy-winning series. So let's see. So in some other news here, this just in: New York City was among 3 cities labeled anarchist jurisdictions by the Justice Department on Sunday, and targeted to lose federal money for failing to control protesters and for defunding the police. Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington were the other 2 cities on the list,
We're
which was
punishing
approved,
the blue states.
which was approved by U.S. Attorney General William Barr. When state and local leaders impede their own law enforcement officers and agencies from doing their jobs, it endangers innocent citizens who deserve to be protected, including those who are trying to peacefully assemble and protest, Barr said in a statement. We cannot allow federal tax dollars to be wasted when the safety of the citizenry hangs in the balance. So, ladies and gentlemen, what he's saying here is, whether you agree with the protesters or not, what William Barr is saying, because there are some protesters, we're going to punish every single one of you in those cities. And do you have any idea what bull crap that is? We're going to punish every single one of you. That's what...
I think
This
Trump
is-
said. I think Trump said it best when he said,
Authoritarian rule.
"Yeah,
This is... This
Punishing
is
the blue states. They're
Well, and
punishing.
it doesn't. I don't care if it's red or blue. It's that every citizen, whether they are conservative or liberal, whether they go for red or blue, they're going to punish everybody because there are people there protesting.
Authoritarian rule.
The Tribune editorial board says Utah calls itself the best managed state, but after 6 months of experience, it's clear that Utah's leaders have perhaps done the worst job of any state managing the COVID-19 epidemic, endangering our lives and dragging down our economy. I don't know, the economy in Utah is pretty strong right now, I would say. Unemployment is half of what it is nationwide. But to go on, Utah reported 911 new cases on Thursday, a record high, until Friday when the number hit 1,117. On Saturday, it was 1,077. I think Sunday it went down just a little bit. New York, says the Tribune editorial board, once the state at the dystopian center of the pandemic, recorded 652 cases on Thursday and hasn't had a single day with more than 900 cases since July 13th, and that's over a state population of 19.4 million people compared to Utah's 3.2 million people. On a per capita basis, Utah's coronavirus infection rate over the past 7 days is among the worst in the nation. Utah hospitals are not at capacity. Deaths have not skyrocketed, but those trailing indicators can only get worse under the current circumstances. And then the Tribune editorial board goes on to say it's because Governor Herbert and his team have bungled the response to coronavirus.
We
Governor
need
Herbert,
a statewide mask mandate.
well, Governor Herbert issued an executive order on Saturday to place Utah under a state of emergency again, as the previous order was set to expire the same day. So we continue under a state of emergency, but the governor's office has not said that they're going to issue a statewide mask mandate.
What are you waiting for? I don't.
The
And I don't
election.
know if. Sorry, I don't know, Bill, if you have this as a boner candidate, but Utah County has finally said they're going to have a mask mandate. But the sheriff says he's not going to enforce it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, Utah County Sheriff says I'm just
Let
not
me
going to
find it
enforce
for you, because that's a.
A teacher at Corner Canyon High School, whose students endearingly call her Mama J, and who rides a wooden hobby horse to cheer at every game, is currently in intensive care, and her family says she contracted COVID-19 at the school she loves. Sherry Jensen's hospitalization comes as part of a larger outbreak at the Draper High School, where the district board voted last week to ignore state health guidance and not shut down despite having over 15 cases on campus. But the spread there has since ballooned to more than 70 infections. And now, after news of the beloved teacher's condition, and with a new vote on Friday, board members decided to close the school for 2 weeks after all. Even though they could have perhaps avoided more infections had they done it according to state health department guidelines. We have teachers that are impacted as significantly as the teacher at Corner Canyon High School is right now. We have a collective responsibility as a community to figure out what to do, said Canyon's school district board member Amanda Oakes. Well, maybe you ought to figure out doing what the health department suggests you do. Maybe that's what you need to figure out. How do you figure that out? The state health department says close down if there are 15 or more infections. Wonder what that means. I can't figure that out. I can't quite figure that out, says a school board member. What do you think that means?
And there are teachers that are very upset because they agreed to come back to school because these guidelines were set. And they felt safer knowing, well, if it gets out of hand, like this 15 cases Bill talked about, then they'll close the school. And when they're not doing it, teachers feel like, well, I wouldn't have come back if I knew they were going to ignore the health department recommendations.
And just when you thought things couldn't get any worse, an expert says the United States has an out-of-control population of feral super pigs.
Super pigs?
Super pigs!
Can they fly? What makes them super pigs?
They are resistant to disease, and they are vicious. They're highly intelligent. They have a good sense of smell, and they have physical attributes like heavy fur, which increases their ability to survive in the wild.
So they're better off than we are.
Equally
Basically.
problematic, they get other qualities from domestic pigs who are very smart. There are over 1.5 million feral hogs in Texas. Well, that's okay, as long as they stay in Texas.
Take over Texas.
I don't mind. That's it.
You can have Texas.
Are we
right.
ready for very important
Yes,
sports?
weather, traffic, please.
Weather is going to be a lot like it's been all weekend. We'll have a high in the mid-80s, lows overnight in the upper 50s to low 60s, and should be that way for several days. Traffic, we've got a crash on I-215's west belt. It's heading north away from Redwood Road as you go around the curve in Taylorsville, blocking the right lane and shoulder. Crash I-15 northbound 72nd south in Midvale. Cars are on the right shoulder. Traffic is slowing down in that area. And a crash I-15 southbound at the I-84 split. 3 left lanes are blocked and traffic is getting by on the right. And a crash I-15 southbound just before the Riverdale Road exit in Weber County. Cars are on the right shoulder. Traffic is backed to 31st Street in Ogden. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along to friends of the program.
All right. 6:48 right now, and we have a sponsor for Very Important Sports, Gina.
Scott Hale is offering a preseason furnace and AC tune-up for just $54. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Mr. Amy Donaldson to step up to the microphone, or in this case, his phone, and present to us Very Important Sports. Yes, it's Edward K. Brass. Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, sir. I have to listen to your program to understand what's going on with the sirens in my backyard. So, thanks, Gina.
It's a Taylorsville crash.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah.
All right. Good. All right.
So, welcome to the Fractured Fairy Tales edition of Very Important Sports. For Pittsburgh French horn enthusiast Mauricio Paez, McAllen, Texas industry titan and cartel overlord Raul Montemayor, here's your Formula One news. The Russian Grand Prix on September 27th is going to be held at the Sochi Autodrome. Sochi is a summer resort on the Black Sea, so naturally the Winter Olympics were held there in 2014.
Yeah.
The tricky part of the Sochi course is that there are dozens of stray dogs left over from the Olympics waiting for Dion Sports to return for treats and a trip to the United States. The 2020 leader in Formula One is Lewis Hamilton. He's 50 points ahead of the second-place guy. He's won 6 races. No one else has won more than 1. In a late score just in, Donald Trump 6, Supreme Court 3. In football, in the Premier League, there are 2 games today, Aston Villa versus Sheffield United and Manchester City versus Wolverhampton Wanderers. There's your September tie, and Wolverhampton was once owned in part by Robert Plant. The standing in the Premier League now are Leicester's in first place, Everton is in second, in third place is Arsenal, co-owned by radio mogul Kerry Jackson.
Yes.
Liverpool's in fourth place. Notable weekend games, Crystal Palace 3, Manchester United 1, Liverpool 2, Chelsea 0. In Major League Soccer on Saturday in Salt Lake, the Vancouver Do-Rights 2, the RSL 1. RSL is in 11th place in the West, but they're only 1 point out of a playoff position in 7th place. They play the LA Galaxy Wednesday in Rio Tinto. The Real Monarchs were derailed by the El Paso Locomotive. They remain in last place in their group, Group C. The Utah Royals lost 3-0 to the Portland Antifas. Next up is the OL Reign in Harriman on Saturday. The Reign is from Tacoma. The Royals are coached now by Amy Lepelbet, sorry about that, who once put on a free clinic for my soccer team. She's from the national team. She came and put on a clinic for my team, the Special Eds. And I won't ever forget that.
The Special Eds, yeah. So.
Yeah, that's what they named themselves. Sad, huh? In football, high school football, number 1 in 2A, Beaver gnawed 3A Power Grantsville 42-20. Beaver tied a school record with its 19th straight win. Skyline, who's number 5 in its group, is canceling its next 2 games. They're undefeated because of COVID. And Olympus, who's in first place in their region, may cancel their season because they're 2 people away from the COVID limit for that school district. So
really? Wow.
COVID's it is affecting high school sports.
Yeah.
In college football, BYU didn't play Army because of COVID. Number 1 Clemson beat some little military school 49-0. The Southeast Conference starts this weekend. The Big Ten starts on October 24th. With Ohio State versus Nebraska, they'll play 8 games and end on December 12th. The Pac-12 presidents are voting this week as to whether the Pac-12 will play. They'll vote to play. Money talks, nobody walks. The fans like me will be happy, and lots of kids will get sick.
Yep.
In the NFL, week 2, Arizona, these are your winners. Arizona, the Ravens, the Bears. Jalen Johnson, a rookie from Utah's defensive back, had 4 tackles and 2 passes defended for the Bears. The Cowboys won on a 46-yard field goal. First, they recovered an onside kick, which almost never happens, then kicked a 46-yard field goal to win by 1 point on the last play of the game. The Titans won. The Colts won. There's another Utah defensive back who's a rookie playing for them from Layton, Julian Blackman from Layton, who had 1 offer to play college football. That was from the U. Now he's starting in the NFL. He had 2 tackles. He tipped a pass that was intercepted. The Bills, they won. Zach Moss had 8 carries for 37 yards. The 49ers won. They lost their quarterback. They lost their stellar defensive end, Nick Bosa, and 2 other people. Yeah, they're playing. They played in the Giants Stadium, where apparently the turf is suspect. It's new turf, and apparently it's fairly sticky. Every one of these people that were injured had lower leg injuries, knees, ankles. The Rams won. The Steelers won. The Buccaneers won. The Browns won. Bengal and Ohio State Heisman Trophy winner Joe Burrow was 32 out of 61 for 318 yards and 3 touchdowns. In the NBA, the Jazz remain out of the playoffs. In the East Finals, Miami's up 2-1 over Boston. Over Boston. In the West, the Lakers are up 2-1 over the Nuggets. Last night, Anthony Davis hit a 3-pointer at the buzzer to beat the Nuggets, 105-103. Pretty exciting game. In Major League Baseball, in the American League East, it's Tampa Bay Rays. In the Central, it's the Chicago White Sox. In the West, it's Oakland. The Yankees have clinched a playoff spot, so the Yankees-Dodgers World Series is still alive. In the National League East, it's Atlanta and Central Cubs. In the West, as I said, the Dodgers. In the U.S. Open, a guy that you never heard of, Bryson DeChambeau, won the U.S. Open golf tournament and pocketed $2.25 million for coming in first place. Just remember, as we've said many times, mamas, don't let your babies play contact sports.
Yeah.
Teach them how to play golf and tennis.
Ed, so the Buccaneers won. How did, what's his name, Tom Brady do?
He did very well.
So
he came back, and but they played an inferior team. So I think they played the Panthers, and the Panthers are very poor, and they lost their best player.
Yeah. All right.
In fact, their quarterback. So one last thing.
Yeah.
That is City Weekly is doing its best of. So don't forget to write in your beloved, very important sports for best sportscaster.
Yes, do that. Do that, best sportscaster.
Vote early and vote often.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Thank you.
All right,
I'm going there now to vote right now.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All
Ed
right.
Brass, everybody. Very important sports. All right, traffic, Gina.
A friend of the program says all lanes are closed now at the I-84 split in Ogden. Thank you for that update. Crash I-215's west belt heading north away from Redwood Road as you go around the curve in Taylorsville or right through Ed Brass's backyard. It's blocking the right lane and shoulder there. Crash I-15 northbound 72nd south in Midvale. Cars are on the right shoulder. Traffic is slowing through that area. And like I said, we got an update from a friend of the program via text, and maybe you could be one of our updaters. Just send it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners and big boy news all coming up. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 fingers of death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu. Okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas. Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed. But he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today is no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
All right. 7:04.
So, Gina, what were you doing at the state fair?
Well,
Well, I didn't think you liked the fair.
So
You're a known fair hater, aren't you?
So, we have not been out to dinner in 7 months.
So go have dinner at the state fair. Perfect. No?
Still don't feel comfortable doing that. However, we have a rotation of our favorite restaurants that we get takeout from because we want to support our local restaurants.
I bet none of them have corn dogs or turkey legs.
And one of them is Red Iguana, and they're open on Sundays. So that's our Sunday place to go because there's not a lot of places open on Sundays. So kind of like pretty much for the entire pandemic, our Sunday dinner has been Red Iguana. So we were driving over to Red Iguana, which is right by the fairgrounds.
So the original location of Red Iguana?
Well, we always go to Red Iguana too, but they're both right.
Yeah, they're pretty. Yeah.
They're a block away from each other. And as we're driving down the street that the fairgrounds are on, it is craziness. People trying to park and run across the street. Now, I took a picture and I tweeted it at RFH Gina. I could not get a wide enough shot to include all of the people that were waiting to get into the fair.
For their Sunday dinner. Corn dogs.
Packed, and you can see it at my Twitter. I think we're going to put it up on...
There, it's on x96.com/live right now.
And I zoomed in. There's a few people with masks on, but mostly no, and they are jammed together. Now, the fair capped their attendance at 6,000 people, I think. Mm-hmm. Which maybe once you get inside, you can spread.
That's pretty sparse in that big a spot.
But if you look at this picture, that is not okay.
Yeah.
All of those people huddled together when we've had, the past 4 or 5 days rolling average of COVID around 1,000 people testing positive.
Let me suggest this to you, Gina. It is possible, given Utah and large families, they're all members of the same family. That could be. They could all be members of the same family, really extended family.
But as we drove by that, I'm like, okay, do they not pay attention to the news? Do they not care? Are they really ignorant of what's going? I'm genuinely curious about all of their decision to be standing there in that giant group of people.
Well, the news they pay attention to is their crazy uncle on Facebook, and he said that only 1% of people are dying. So go on out and have some fun. Facebook news, go.
Because you don't need a haunted house this Halloween. I drove by that, and that scared the crap out of me. What are they thinking? I really want to know. So they just don't care.
They're thinking, I need to see the biggest beet that was grown this year, the largest pumpkin. I need to see that.
Is it that they're bored and they are tired of?
I'm sure a lot has to do with, I've been cooped up. There's not a lot to do, and I understand that there is a prize hen in there that weighs 45 pounds. So,
but I mean, what? I don't know.
Well, Gina, Joe Rogan said that masks are for wussies. So that's the extent of their thinking. They've fallen down this internet YouTube hole, and that's where they get their news now.
I mean, are they really
funnel cakes and funnel cakes?
So what? I think the fair could be the fair. Have that food delivered to your house. Be able to order that. I mean, I think there are ways you can make money with the fair without creating a giant mass of people like that.
You can't have a prize heifer delivered to your house. Here, we'll bring it over for you to see.
You put it online. You put anything on anything.
You can't smell those online. You can't smell that prize livestock online. Can't do it.
I don't know how we get a handle on this. And
The answer is we're not
I
going to.
blame the governor because we changed our color coding spot. This is allowed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we have more cases now than we did when we were at a higher alert level.
It would have been possible also for some people to be there saying, I'm sorry, you have to stand this far apart.
I don't know how you tell a group of that big of people to stand 6 feet apart.
You get a megaphone.
No, I'm being serious. How?
No,
There's no way you can control that many people and make them stand 6 feet apart. You can't.
You can try. You could say,
Listen,
you guys need to separate. Come on.
If they're not wearing masks, they're certainly not worried about separating. So if you had a mask mandate, that might help.
This is what I'm saying. Oh, and by the way, that is a crack in the windshield because we were in the truck, and I took a picture through the windshield.
That's never going to pass
truck.
inspection, That's never going to pass
What's
inspection.
an inspection?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can drive with that forever. It doesn't matter.
Well, how do you deny people the excitement of a fair?
Hey, y'all, it's Cowboy Carl Delmont.
And me, Tourette's Willie.
From Star 109 Country. Join us this weekend for the Bishop's Mistake County Fair.
It's gonna be great.
That's right, Willie. Special guests include country superstar Toby Tritt Greenwood, funny man Danny the Plumber Guy, the Hartsdale's Family Freak Show, and Tony Hackett and his puppet Hot Chili, the world's naughtiest Mexican. And don't forget the annual hay-eating contest.
Oh, the Bishop's Mistake County Fair.
You bet, Willie. And look out for the Star 109 Country Bumpkin. He'll be there passing around food stamps and fart spray. See y'all there.
See you.
So even if there's a little bit of that, do you understand why those people were crowding?
Nope, I don't.
Listen, there was a prize quilt there that I understand was a beauty.
Uh-huh.
You need to see the quilt.
I'm not anti-fair. I'm not. I just think it's not
Yes, you
the
are.
year for that.
When was the last time you ever went to the fair? Yeah.
I used to participate in the fair.
Yeah, I know you did, Gina. And the minute you stopped doing that, you stopped going.
That's true.
So high school. That's the last time you were ever in the fair.
I am disappointed that our government allowed that crowd that I saw to happen. Now, see, like the way Real is handling their in-person games, you have an assigned time, like wherever your seat is, you have to arrive at a certain time, and they're only letting certain people in the stadium, so it's not an overwhelming amount of people. And if you're late, they don't let you in. Sorry, you missed your time. I mean, they're trying to regulate what I saw outside the fair, a giant mass of people all standing in one place. There's ways to do it.
Didn't the fair also have some regulation?
I don't know. If they did, they weren't being followed from what I saw.
I'm just wondering if it was people ignoring the regulations.
You mean sheeple?
Yeah, that's right. Sheeple.
My freedoms.
Well,
it's a hoax anyway. All right.
So yeah.
Traffic, Gina.
Well, let's
refresh
it.
Now Sue points out, says all you have to know is that the fair banned journalists.
Oh yeah, you can't go in and take pictures or tell stories. Well, so am I a journalist driving by the outside and taking a picture?
They did?
Yeah,
yeah they banned journalists.
What?
From the opening.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a story.
I'll
see if I can find it for you.
It was in a newspaper. Traffic, Gina, please.
The crash on the I-215 West Belt heading north away from Redwood Road as you go around the curve in Taylorsville, right by Ed Brass's house. Crash northbound I-15 72nd South in Salt Lake. And a friend of the program was talking about the accident near the I-84 split. 3 left lanes were blocked and traffic was just getting by on the right. I'd love an update on that because UDOT hasn't given me one in about 40 minutes. So if you're stuck in that, please text it to us, 33986, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program and keep them updated. Save up to $150 off Big O brand tires now through October 11th, only at Big O Tires, the team you trust.
the State Fair had proposed, and they said this is what we want to do: the 6,000 visitor cap that you mentioned, Gina, ticketing completely digital, and an app that'll allow you to purchase food through your phone without having to exchange money, reduction in lines. So they had some kind of a plan in place. I don't know.
I'm just reporting what I saw.
I don't know why all those people were. I guess it's people. I guess then ignoring the plan that was in place.
Yeah, we're not sheeple. It's a hoax. All right. We will. Round one of your boners coming up. What do we got?
Let me see here. We've got boner candidate number 1. I needed a ride home. Number 2. They should name the town Mesothelioma. And number 3. Sorry, Jason, it's not yours.
All right, round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Brooklinen.com is the website. You need to go there and use my promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson. I'm starting the commercial with that because people keep forgetting it. So I have to remind them.
I remembered it. I just got my sheets on Friday. I used your promo code and saved some money.
The sheets are great. I love my Brooklinen sheets, but they want you to know that they're going beyond the bedroom throughout the rest of your house. They have all kinds of stuff on their website for your house to make it just more comfortable. But they really want you to know about their bath towels. I've been looking for ways to turn my bathroom into a miniature spa, and Brooklinen's towels have been helping me do that and helping me find my zen. They're really great, and you can pick your amount of fluffiness. I don't like an overly fluffy towel. I like a medium fluffy towel, and you can get the your fluffiness, your colors, all of that on there at Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra soft towels. So confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but...
Maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are. So I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are...
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Dome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same
They're-
to me. But he's got that curly hair, though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I wanted to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
don't
I
like the
have
doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him, and he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're
Mm-hmm.
super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
The mini.
yeah.
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
Okay, 7:21 right now. It is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 2. We'll do that in an hour. 3 different candidates. We'll get another winner there. And we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you decide Boner of the Day for today. Right now, you're picking your champion to send forward from round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Now, Nick, right behind you, there's a chair with a Radio from Hell
Get a
Boner
chair?
T-shirt on it.
Oh, he's sitting on it.
Oh, thank you. You're supposed to. This is part of your job while Katie's gone is showing off the Boner T-shirt, just like that. Perfect.
It doesn't come with the chair, though.
No, it's just the shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. I needed a ride home. Man in Central Florida needed a ride home. He got a ride to jail. Police say that Jermaine Williams called 911 early Friday to report a dead body at a McDonald's. Officers responded to the fast food restaurant where they found no dead body, just Mr. Williams sitting on the curb outside the McDonald's. He told police that he had called a number of times earlier in the night to ask for a ride, and they kept hanging up on him at 911. So he figured, I know what I'll do. I'll say there's a dead body. And sure enough,
that worked.
They responded.
I'm guessing they gave him a ride. All right.
They did.
Yep.
They gave him a ride to jail. Boner candidate number 1. I needed a ride home. Here's Boner candidate number 2. You know, they should really name the town Mesothelioma. Officials in a Quebec town named Asbestos
Oops.
said a planned vote on a new name for the municipality might be delayed after a negative reaction to the local council's options. The names that they have proposed are Phoenix, as in Phenix, rising from the ashes, you know that. Apolloni, Tralac, Troilac, I guess it is, 3 lakes, French, and Jeffrey was the other
Jeffrey's
name for the
good.
town. Yeah,
I like that.
Mayor Hughes Grimard said Friday, 4 days after the name options were unveiled, that the local council is looking into other potential names after some of the town's 7,000 residents reacted negatively to all of those suggestions. The names that were originally slated to be voted on were Phoenix, Apollone, which is a species of turtle, Tralac, which means 3 lakes, and Jeffrey, the name of the man who operated the town's first asbestos mine.
Jeffrey.
The town has been discussing changing the name of Asbestos, which was named for the material originally mined in the town, but it's come to be associated with deadly cancers.
Well, yeah.
Mesothelioma.
Yeah.
So they
I know about that from late night television.
Yeah, I think they should just change the name of the town to Mesothelioma. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Sorry, Jason, it's not yours.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Fink and McGregor Mortgages Made Simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for your free mortgage analysis, 801-264-9494.
I hate the internet. I really hate it.
What'd the internet do to you?
Now, I didn't see much of the Emmys, but seems like Jimmy Kimmel was doing an okay job. But he was called out for white privilege after making a joke during the Emmys. He said if his fellow comedian John Oliver won the award for comedy variety show again, he would call ICE. He said, I'm going to call ICE and have him deported. That seems like a pretty mild joke.
What does that have to do with white privilege?
And it's also inaccurate because John Oliver is a United States citizen. But the Emmy Awards kicked off on Sunday in the usual way as nominees dressed to the nines set up cameras inside their homes. But Jimmy Kimmel upset some viewers when he made the joke about U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and John Oliver. He tweeted, or people then started tweeting at him, way to go. The amount of white privilege it took for Jimmy Kimmel to get up on stage on a nationally televised event and make a joke about ICE and have no one tell him that that isn't okay is absolutely astonishing to me. What's so funny about ICE? Another one tweeted. Particularly when he jokes about ICE and the systemic terror that they cause, or any of his other highly weird jokes.
Highly weird?
Happy Hispanic Heritage Month from the Emmys, where the only Latinx representation we got was Count Von Count, Lin-Manuel Miranda and America Ferrara, and Jimmy Kimmel's tasteless and hurtful ICE joke. You can't do anything.
It seems a little harsh.
You can't do anything.
Joke.
Without getting...
Yeah. Here's the thing. Jimmy's on your side.
Yeah.
Okay?
Jimmy's one of the good guys.
He's one of the good guys. He's on your side. I don't understand why you have to go after him like that.
You can't do anything. Somebody's going to dislike it. Last week, Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston participated in a fundraiser, a table read of Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which means they had the attention of every fan who's been watching closely to see that if they'll get back together. And I am one of those.
Yes.
You want them to get back together?
I want them to get back together.
They were pretty cute together on the video.
Well, Lily Reinhart, who had her recent public breakup from Cole Sprouse, you remember that. It's right up there with the level of Brad and Jennifer, isn't it? She tweeted her thoughts about those fans. Just leave them alone, she said. Unpopular opinion, can we just leave Brad and Jennifer alone? Stop analyzing their every move and facial expression whenever they're involved in something together. Let them live their lives in peace, she wrote. No, we won't. We don't care what you
Bill
say.
won't rest until they are back together again.
No matter what you say, Lily Reinhart, whoever you are, we won't.
Although I watched part of that, and Jennifer Aniston just had her eyebrows done, and I didn't care for them.
Oh,
you
really?
didn't care for her eyebrows?
No, I thought they looked strange.
Yeah. She's
Brad looked great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's fighting aging with all of her might these days, I think.
Yeah.
She's great on that show, the morning show, though. Great. Thousands of mourners gathered at vigils across America to pay their respects to Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who died Friday after a battle with pancreatic cancer, sparking a bitter war between Republicans and Democrats over her Supreme Court replacement. Americans paid their respects to the legal pioneer and champion of women's rights at candlelight vigils and memorials stretching across the country on Sunday evening and the steps of the Supreme Court, where she made history as only the second woman to serve as Supreme Court Justice to the school in Brooklyn, New York, where she attended as a girl. Donations to the Democrats have topped $100 million in the days after her death, as the party demands the Republican Party stick to the standard it set in 2016 that a vacant Supreme Court seat must not be filled until after the election.
Here's the problem. The Republicans are better politicians than the Democrats are because they play the game to win. Democrats try to do the right thing, and it comes back to bite them. The Republican, you can hold their feet to the fire all you want about what they said back then. They don't care. They're playing the game, and the game now is get that seat.
If Utah County commissioners impose a countrywide mask mandate, Sheriff Mike Smith says, I'm not going to enforce it. As the sheriff, I won't have my deputies enforcing a mask mandate. I think it's such a controversial issue. Sheriff Smith told mayors and commissioners during an emergency phone call that Fox 13 was invited to listen to. The Utah County Health Department said it would be unable to enforce a mandate because its health officers were already stretched thin dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. It would likely fall on the shoulders of local police agencies. Salt Lake County imposed a mask mandate that has been effective at slowing the speed of COVID-19. The state epidemiologist said in an emergency call, Utah's Department of Health said it has seen 90% compliance with the mandate in Salt Lake County. However, the county has not done any criminal enforcement, but opted for educational outreach for people who violate the order.
Sheriff, I have a question. Say at a grocery store, somebody comes in without pants on. And the people that work at the grocery store are like, sir, you can't come in here without the pants on. He's like, no, I'm not. You can't make me leave. And they can't get him to leave. And they call the police. Do the police come for that and try to get? Is that disorderly conduct or something?
Jeannie, you can't prevent or get COVID by not wearing pants. It has nothing to do with COVID.
I just wonder if the sheriff shows up and arrests that person for disorderly conduct if they do that.
Bill's assuming that COVID ain't a hoax, though, is the thing.
Oh, that's true.
See, you're just assuming that it's real, sheeple.
That's true. Sunday's COVID-19 numbers from the Utah Department of Health show a drop below 1,000 cases, 920 cases reported, and there you go. I was tested on Saturday along with my daughter. It was a follow-up program, University of Utah testing people. And, it takes a lot of spit. It takes a lot of spit in one of those tubes.
Yeah.
You have to sit there and really work your saliva up. I would suggest if you're going to take a spit test for COVID, have something with you that makes your mouth water. Because otherwise you're going to be sitting there going, I got to get some spit going.
Okay.
Hey, listen out there in Draper. You got the COVID and you got coyotes eating your dogs and cats. So, yeah. Coyote sightings in neighborhoods in Draper near the foothills, and people are losing their pets to coyotes out there.
I used to live in the foothills of Draper. And
security video sent to Fox 13 by a Draper resident shows a coyote snatch Loie Lowry's dog Moses in the early morning hours late last week. It's hard enough to watch the video, but when I think about what happened to him after that, Lowry said, no animal should have to go through that. So I guess the coyote just dragged poor little dog away. Lowry's neighbor, Heather Wright, caught the attack on her home security camera. She said all of the residents in their neighborhood are very close. And losing Moses, all the neighbors liked Moses, the little dog. And now he's gone. I mean, I instantly started crying, said a neighbor. We're very close, and Moses is just like our dog, too. Draper Mayor Troy Walker said coyotes are nothing new for the city. Happens all the time. We got coyotes in Draper. We've had coyotes here since before Draper was Draper, he said. However, the mayor said there are more coyotes in the area than usual. I'm going to suggest maybe if they import some of those feral pigs from Texas and have them go after the coyotes, then
them pigs would make quick work of them coyotes.
You think?
You betcha.
Well, Donald Trump was in particularly fine form on Saturday at a rally in Fayetteville, North Carolina, speaking about his intent to fill the vacancy of the Supreme Court. And then as Trump rallies do, things got weird. As the president reveled in the chants of fill the seat coming from the crowd, he complained about how the media would react to his decision to move forward with a nomination next week. He also told rally goers that his choice will be a woman. He then announced that she would be a very brilliant woman and a very talented woman, so that's good. And for nearly 2 hours, the president moaned and complained and twisted the truth and lied and exaggerated and mispronounced the names of planets and bragged about not using a teleprompter while he was reading from one.
He had two of them.
Yeah, but most egregiously, the president continued to push a false conspiracy theory about Joe Biden using performance-enhancing drugs. Trump spread this untrue story when he spoke about Biden's previous debate performances during the Democratic primaries. I got a debate coming up with this guy, and they give him a big fat shot in the ass, and he comes out, and for 2 hours he's better than ever before, Trump said. That's your guy right there.
But again, that's
how presidential.
Yeah, it's presidential, but it's also projecting. He was very specific about the delivery system of this performance-enhancing drug, which says to me that's what happens to Trump before he goes out.
Now, reporters who were at this rally said it was kind of odd because a lot of people in the audience got confused by what he was saying and actually fell silent as the president continued to ramble.
Yeah.
Maybe he's finally losing it. He said this to close out. If I lose to Biden, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll never speak to you again.
Perfect.
You'll never see me again, he said.
Perfect. Excellent.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
And we hold you to that.
And I hope it's because the Trump Crime Commission that we get formed up after the election sends him to prison.
There we go. All right, that's it.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Okay, we've got some smoky haze still again today. High of 86, tomorrow 87, and we're going to be in the mid to upper 80s through most of the week, it looks like. Traffic, let's see. Haven't had an update in a while. I'd love to know what's happening on the I-84 split. A friend of the program said it was still a mess a while ago. So if you could give me an update on that via text, that would be great. I will pass it along to friends of the program. 33986 is where you do that. You can send us anything there, actually. Save up to $150 off Big O brand tires now through October 11th, only at Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Sorry, Jason, it's not yours. I probably would have nominated the sheriff of Utah County for the boner, this candidate, but I didn't see the story until this was already in place. It's a pretty good one. The 2020 Emmys had its own version of the Oscars wrong winner gaffe on Saturday night, with Jason Bateman wrongly named for an award by This Is Us guest star Ron Cephas-Jones. In a voiceover announcement during the Online Creative Arts Emmys, Bateman was declared the winner for his appearance on HBO's The Outsider. He did a cameo role on The Outsider, while the screen correctly displayed the right name. Confused viewers on FX then had to wait until after a commercial break for an on-screen message that read, "Oh, we're sorry, an incorrect winner has been announced. We're fixing it now. Joan's name was again displayed without an announcement, but there was no explanation for the mistake. And I don't think Jason Bateman thought for a moment that he had won an Emmy, but still, the error is boner candidate number 3. Sorry, Jason, it's not yours.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, I needed a ride home. A man who needed a ride home called 911 several times to ask for a ride home, and they kept hanging up on him, and so I know what I'll do. The next time he calls, he said, there's a dead body here at the McDonald's. You better get over here. And they did, and there was no body, and he said, well, I need a ride home. So they gave him a ride to jail. Boner candidate number 2, I think they should name the town Mesothelioma. A Quebec town called Asbestos is searching for a new name. Well, why not call it Mesothelioma? And boner candidate number 3, sorry, Jason, it's not yours.
Here we go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome, and then round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. And then we'll send them both forward to Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. Those 2 champions, you will decide between those 2 which one is Boner of the Day. So here we go. Send someone forward for round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all that we need in the message of a text. That's how the computer counts it. So don't confuse it. Just put your single digit in there. Text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting September 21, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1.
Start your workday at 10 a.m.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind
Better man.
and play back our
If anybody's
messages.
called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill,
Are you hiding?
where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you
Oh,
refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this, they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well, I
and
can't-
because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
Why?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's
nobody's
forever.
business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
do
don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes.
I'm your father.
Father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
I wonder what
It's,
he's eating there. Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey, come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your
Good
estimated
dope.
hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have any
right?
questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it. This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
You're a dope
all
to
right?
do it. Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
co-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
you gave the cat-
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave-
Thanks again for your support.
Your mother's
A
cat?
year's
supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look. Told
Look,
ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya. It-
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya. You-
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
$7:46. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a Langostina roll, like a lobster roll, but with Langostina.
And Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Boner candidate number one, I needed a ride home. A man calling 911 to falsely report a body at the McDonald's so he could get a ride home. Boner candidate number two, they should name the town Mesothelioma. Its name is asbestos. They think that's not a great name. They want to change it. Well, change it to the cancer that's caused by asbestos. And boner candidate number three, sorry, Jason, it's not yours. Emmy's accidentally giving Jason Bateman an Emmy, then quickly taking it back. Frank won a boner T-shirt, and the clear-cut winner was boner candidate number one. I needed a ride home.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you guys decide, not us. There you go. That's the winner of round one. It has secured a spot in Boner Dome. Round two coming up at 8:20. Three different candidates. We'll get another winner there. And we'll take both of our champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight.
I read so many news stories and headlines, and I see things and I go, what? How did that happen? So I was looking through the news yesterday, and I see this headline. Ozzy Osbourne and Uriah Heep drummer Lee Kerslake dead at 73.
Yeah.
That's what it says. Ozzy Osbourne and Uriah Heep drummer Lee Kerslake dead at
Ozzy
73.
Osbourne died?
I go, oh my God. Ozzy Osbourne has died, and they're connecting it to this drummer for some reason. Why I don't know why they're mentioning Lee Kerslake in the same. And so I open the story. It's a TMZ story, and it says, the first line of the story says, Ozzy Osbourne and Uriah Heep drummer Lee Kerslake has died after a long battle with cancer. Oh, has died. Oh.
Why couldn't you put drummer for Ozzy Osbourne and Uriah Heep? That's not any more words, really. It's just...
Lee Kerslake, who drummed for Ozzy Osbourne and for Uriah Heep, has died at 73.
I would just like to take this headline, sit down in front of the person that wrote it, hand it to them, and say, read that to me. Okay, now I have a question. Why are you doing this for a living?
This should be, if there are any journalism teachers listening, I want you to take this story as an example to your class today and say,
No kidding.
You know, again, I have not gone to college. I took some writing classes, college classes, but that was it. I went to the Intermountain School of Broadcast, which doesn't exist anymore. And one of the things that we were taught, we had a journalism class, which lasted, I think, 2 weeks. And we learned that kind of thing in that class. I learned more about journalism in those 2 weeks than I swear most people in journalism today.
Then my wife noticed in the Salt Lake Tribune yesterday, on their editorial page, and I should have brought it up, a misspelling of a word prominently in the headline of an opinion page headline. I didn't notice it myself, but she picks up on those kinds of things. They had spelled the word dreadful, D-R-E-D-F-U-L.
No A?
No A. Now, why a computer didn't catch that, I don't know.
Well, yeah,
because I thought I'd check just to see if there was such a word as D-R-E-D-F-U-L, and there isn't.
Why would you turn off the spell check?
I don't know.
If you're in that profession, why would you turn it off?
Well, and to go back to the TMZ thing, and this is true, a friend of the program sent this in, they do it on purpose because you're going to click on it and go, oh my God, did Ozzy Osbourne die? So you click on it. Oh, no, I see. It wasn't Ozzy. I bet that's true.
I think you're right.
Maybe.
I think
you're right.
But I think that because it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter.
No, I think you're right, Gina, because I encounter that on geek websites all the time. Has The Mandalorian been canceled? Well, the answer is no. But you clicked on the damn story because you're, you know.
And then I was also perusing the obituaries, and you know my feeling about nicknames. If you're going to put a nickname down for a deceased, you should say why they had that nickname. And there were two examples in the obituaries this past yesterday. One of them, it did explain it, and one of them did not. The one that did not, the nickname of the guy was Mud. So his name was Mud, but I don't know why.
Mud.
Maybe he liked Primus, maybe, but there was no mud-sounding word in his name. There was just no reason given. It just said blank blank Mud in quote. But then the other one said his name was Herbert Markin Tink Thies. So you're looking, you go, well, if they don't tell me why his nickname is Tink.
Is it Tinkerbell?
I'm gonna be really mad. Well, they did explain it.
Okay.
He loved tinkering with machinery and mechanical things from an early age, and did it all his life.
That makes sense. These don't make sense.
Yeah,
but...
as a young man, they gave him the nickname Tink, and it stuck with him his entire life. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in there. I don't think that I don't think that people neglect to put the explanation in there just to get you to read the obituary.
No, it's clickbait.
No, yeah.
Nicknames are clickbait.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe I'll bet they'll read the whole obituary if we say, let's make up a nickname. Let's say his name was Tink.
They make plenty of money on obituaries. They don't need the clickbait.
No, I just mean the family. The family wants people to read the obituary. So.
Oh, but did you see how many views? Yes.
Yeah.
Uncle Tink died. Yeah, that's sad. But did you see how many views he got?
Wait, but nobody called him Tink. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just stunned though that the paper of record here in Salt Lake would have a misprint of that word on its editorial page, opinion page. So.
Now wait, so was it so it was on the opinion page? Was it like a submission to the Tribune?
No,
like
it was
maybe...
their. It was their.
Oh,
editors.
it was theirs. Okay.
It was their editor column, whatever.
Because I might say if there's a like a letter to the editor kind of thing, maybe
No.
they wouldn't have changed it because that's somebody's.
No, it was their.
specific words.
I'm sure it's been corrected. I could go. No, the paper's been thrown out now. But I'm sure it was corrected online. But anyway, I feel bad for the people who deliver newspapers to people's porches. I'm just afraid they're going to be without a job here pretty soon.
Do you really think that the
I think they're
paper
going to
edition of the paper is going to go away?
I think they're going to stop. I think the Salt Lake Tribune will stop doing a paper edition.
Then you can't call it the paper anymore.
Yeah, I guess not.
What do you call it then?
And it all has to do with that deal that they have with the Deseret News, and they share the production facilities, and it's going to. So the only paper will be the Deseret News. The Tribune will go online. I'll bet you.
What am I going to wrap my fish in?
How often do you wrap your fish?
What am I going to line my birdcage with? What am I going to line my birdcage with?
All right. Let's see. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, we have a crash northbound SR 36 at Mills Junction in Tooele County. Cars are on the right shoulder, slowing traffic a bit as it passes by. Report of some garbage debris blowing across northbound I-15 near 4th South. This is in Springville, so it's Springville garbage. Bags fell into the road from a garbage truck, and they are on the road, I guess. Friends of the program, if you see something, please text it to us, 33986. Maybe your obituary nickname. You could... Things in the road, more garbage, I don't know, any of that stuff. You can send it to us. Save up to $150 off Big O brand tires now through October 11th. Only at Big O Tires, the team you trust.
What if your nickname is Springville Garbage?
Okay. Perfect. Right. Send it to us.
We'll take a break. We'll be back. Bill Frost telling us what's on TV this week. We got round 2 your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Thank you, BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires, the team you trust. You can find a Big O Tire location very near you, I'm sure, by just going to BigOTires.com. There are 42 locations from Logan to Beaver. You can also make an appointment online with Big O Tires. Just choose the location that you want to go to and then set it up that way. Now, right now through October 11th, you can save up to $150 off Big O brand tires. I just got a set of Big O brand tires for my Toyota RAV4, and I wish I'd known. So I would have waited. Well, I couldn't wait because I had a bad tire. Big O Tires, more than just tires, though. You can get your brakes done there, which I have done. Fluid, battery, alignment, oil change, and more. Big O wants to keep you and your family safe on the roads as well. So come in for a fall healthy car special, just $49.95. BigOTires.com.
Technology has evolved to the point where
the lightning round of Ask a Bullfighter.
You could still get in a phone question if you want, 801-359-9696 or 877-602-9696. But we have a lot of text questions. How about your health insurance, Ammon? There must be some restrictions, or you have to have.
You must be risky.
You have to have special health insurance, or what?
I don't. It probably would be a good idea if you were going to do it.
You've had injuries.
Good idea.
Just thinking about this, are you? All right.
Hey,
wait a minute.
Why didn't I think of that? So what do you? I mean, has your health insurance covered you so far?
Yeah, on the cases where I've needed to go, a lot of the injuries are, you're just going to be sore. You can't really do much for it.
Cinch you up. We
Well-
just cinch you up on the kitchen table. Yeah, that
Until
kinda-
that big brain injury comes around, then you're going to
Yeah.
wish you had it. Let's see. Text question. This is not me, of course. I want to ride a bull once before I die. How would I go about doing this?
Good. Well, that's
his bucket
it's-
list, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably easier than a lot of people think.
Make it the last item on your bucket list.
And
whoever you
finally,
Actually, the Broken Heart Rodeo Company has practice where they buck out some of their younger animals just to see how well they'll perform. And I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but usually it's every Wednesday night in Ogden, at the Golden Spike Arena.
you just show up and
Yeah, like there's kids from high school that come and get on, or guys from college that just haven't been riding for a while that want to get back in.
You have to pay a little fee to do it?
Yeah, I
or-
think it's like $20, and usually there's enough guys there that have the equipment that if somebody, I've been there before when people have shown up that have never been on an animal before.
I don't have my own rigging.
Yeah, they help them do it. So
Listen to you.
that would be a good. And I know on the website, on the Golden Spike Arena website, there's a calendar, and it'll list on the days that they have practice.
All right. Let's see. How many bones have you broken?
Pretty
standard question.
Probably 5.
5. What was the most painful one? No,
My-
no pelvis, I hope.
No, my pelvis is functioning great.
That's good to hear.
Good news for your fiance there too.
My worst injury is probably my ankle when I broke it and
All right.
dislocated it.
Have you ever seen a rider or bullfighter lose their life?
I have not.
That has not happened. Okay.
Not where I've been. Thank goodness.
Let's see.
do you have to be a big guy to be a bullfighter?
Yeah, I would think because you're over 6 feet. I would think you'd want to be a little guy, like a smaller target.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm big or not, but this is my size, and the guy I work
do
with is
fine.
the guy that I fight bulls with. He's about my same size, and I kind of think of it as there's more cushion for the pushing, or I can take more of a hit. And so
The
maybe if I was a little
horns,
smaller, maybe if I was smaller, I'd break more bones because I got some padding. I don't know, but
And let's see. Growing up in Franklin, Idaho, where there was nothing to do, have you ever gone cow tipping?
No, I actually we tried one time to see how close we could get, but they weren't really sleeping. So.
Well, you got to make sure.
Isn't that just a myth?
I kind of think it is.
You can't push a cow over when they're asleep.
Gina,
I'm going to look it up.
That's bull.
Look it up.
That's bull is what that is.
Okay, is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Don't settle for lame TV and slow internet. Let CableTV.com guide you to the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Visit CableTV.com today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Monday. It's just after 8 a.m., and it's time for Bill Frost to tell us what's on TV. Mr. Frost is a writer for Slug Magazine. He is also a musician and a podcast host, and you can find everything you need to know about Bill Frost at billfrost.tv. Here he is, the one, the only William Frost. Hi, Bill.
Hello, yes.
So, how are you?
Okay.
You have any Emmy
yeah.
comments? You're our TV guy.
Well, I like Schitt's Creek. I don't know if I don't know if it's worth all those awards, but good for them.
Yeah.
And Watchmen, though, on the other hand, I'm glad it got everything it got, and I was happy to see a couple of picks for Succession in there, and also pretty happy about Zendaya for Euphoria.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Youngest ever.
Wait a minute. Who? Who?
Zendaya. Exactly.
Or is it Zendaya?
As far as I always thought it was Zendaya. Zendaya's good too.
Well, I don't know. I think we need an official ruling because it was pronounced both ways on the Emmys last night. It's spelled D-A-Y-A.
It's pronounced how it's spelled, she says. It's
Zendaya.
Zendaya.
Okay. So Bill, correct yourself.
This national nightmare is now over. We
Yes.
now have a pronunciation. And overall, it was tough competition. There was a lot of excellent shows in there. It's not like the usual, a lot of filler in the one show you like.
Mm-hmm. Well, but how about Jimmy Kimmel's insensitive comment about ice? I mean, really?
Well, you should have expected that.
Yeah, I guess. Being the liberal that he is.
All right. What's on this week?
Well, it is. Yes. On Wednesday on CBS All Access, a documentary from Seth Rogen and Adam Goldberg about the 90s and video games. Basically, this is like the Ford versus Ferrari, except for it's Sega versus Nintendo.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
And is that the name of it? Sega v Nintendo?
It should have been but that is Console Wars.
Console Wars.
Okay.
Console Wars, yeah. Sega versus Nintendo would have been a much better title.
I think so.
Yeah. And also, this is a kind of a good week for documentaries. Also on Wednesday night on HBO, a two-part documentary called Agents of Chaos from Alex Gibney, the director who did the Going Clear Scientology documentary years ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is about the Russian interference in American business, which we all know is not really happening.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So this is a fake documentary.
Okay.
And it's called Agents of Chaos?
Agents of Chaos, yes.
All right.
And it's a two-part documentary. Starts on Wednesday, concludes on Thursday. And Thursday on HBO Max, a new reality competition series called Hot Dog. That is Haute, dog, which is going to confuse most of America because that's a fancy word.
Mm-hmm.
This is a dog grooming competition show.
Okay.
This may be the distraction you need.
It could be. It could very well.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the celebrity, actually the only real celebrity guest on this show is Robin Thede of a Black Lady sketch show from HBO, which I would recommend you check out. Very funny. Also on HBO Max, premiering also on Thursday, a dramatization of a true crime. This is from England. It's called The Murders at the White House Farm. It's a limited series about 1985 murder spree in Essex, England.
Okay, and what is that on?
It is on HBO Max as well, Hot Dog. And true crime podcast fans will probably be familiar with this because that's the only kind of podcast there is anymore.
Yeah.
That's what TV10 is about, isn't it? Don't you guys discuss
yeah,
murder?
Yeah, and with Joe Rogan. That's all we do. So, and Friday, yet another documentary. This is from Jason Blum and Blumhouse and the producers behind The Jinx. It's called A Wilderness of Error on FX. It's about here's another murder. This one happened in 1970. A Green Beret, Jeffrey McDonald, allegedly killed his pregnant wife and 2 daughters at an army base in 1970.
Famous case.
He claims he claims it was drug crazy hippies who did it.
Yeah.
And now we're going to find out who really done it.
What was there'd been a famous movie about it and book, a TV movie based on the book.
Yeah,
what was it called?
Errol Morris. Errol Morris did the book. Same title, I believe. Errol Morris, the author of A Wilderness of Error, the book, also appears talking about the case in the series here. And also on Friday.
Yeah.
Also on Friday, a new. It might be too soon for a conspiracy thriller about a deadly global pandemic, but here's this. It's called Utopia on Prime Video. It's about a group of comic book geeks or nerds. I defer to Carrie on the nomenclature here.
We're geeks.
Okay. They in their favorite comic book Utopia, they discovered that there's a plot against humanity that's actually real. It's being engineered by a sketchy biotech mogul played by John Cusack, and the comic book geeks team up with Rainn Wilson, a college professor who's also discovered what's going on here.
Wait, so your hero is Rainn Wilson? He's here to save the day?
Well, he's one of them.
No, that's not going to work for me.
I was going to say I'm having trouble.
We're doomed.
Yeah,
the Jeffrey McDonald thing. Back to that. The book was called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, and then there was a made-for-TV movie, I believe, of the same name called Fatal Vision. And yeah, and it's a pretty famous case. And so just to go back to it, are they going to now try to prove that it was drug-crazed hippies that broke into the house and did this? And
I don't know what their angle is, but A Wilderness of Error. It's a 5-part series, so maybe they'll come to some sort of conclusion.
Yeah. Fatal Vision was on NBC in 1984, starring Carl Malden, Eva Marie Saint, Andy Griffith, and Gary Cole as McDonald.
Gary Cole?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Okay.
I'm going to need you to be a drug-crazy hippie. That's what I'm gonna need you.
I'll give that a try. Sure, why not?
Yeah. And going all the way to Sunday, we have the season premieres of The Simpsons, Bless the Hearts, Bob's Burgers, and Family Guy. By the way, Family Guy now going into season 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
After being canceled once, yeah.
Yeah. And The Comey Rule, a 2-part limited series, premieres on Sunday on Showtime.
This looks interesting.
Yeah, if you're a masochist, if you can take any more of this.
I can't, because it will make me mad, because then I can say, Comey ruined the election for Hillary.
I just got to see Brendan Gleeson, though, as Donald Trump. I got to see it.
He's got the lip purse. I've seen the trailer, and he's got the...
Why don't we get a drink?
Gotta
see it. Gotta see it.
Yeah. Right. This also stars Jeff Daniels as James Comey, and it's based on Comey's book, A Higher Loyalty. It's a dramatization, and Brendan Gleeson from Mr. Mercedes.
Yeah.
Not almost unrecognizable, as you would expect. And here's the big one for the week: the 2-hour season premiere of Fargo, season 4 on Sunday on FX.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, this starring Chris Rock, and it's set in 1950s Kansas City, because Fargo is apparently just a state of mind now. And he plays a crime boss who employs black escapees of the Jim Crow South. So a little shout out to Lovecraft Country there as well.
Yeah.
And also starring in this season are Jason Schwartzman and Timothy Olyphant.
Cool.
I will watch the hell out of it. All right. Is that everything?
And also, also in this is kind of weird. In a major role, indie rocker Andrew Bird. Are you familiar with him?
No.
He's a solo artist, Andrew Bird. He's pretty well known indie rocker, but he was in Squirrel Nut Zippers back in the day.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Give him a try.
And that's it for the week as far as new stuff.
My suggestion: we binged it all weekend. We're still about a half hour from it being done, but Ratchet. On Netflix, Nurse Ratchet from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Boy, what a great-looking show. And I had to keep stopping and saying, Sue, where's that hotel? I want to go there. And the clothes look great, and some great performances, and a fun story, and murder.
Murder?
And they're going to do another season of it, apparently.
I guess so. Yeah, it's quite good. All right, thank you, Bill Frost.
All right, Bill Frost. Thanks. You can read his stuff in Slug Magazine, and also look for his work at billfrost.tv.
All right, thank you, Bill. Traffic, please, Gina.
Well, apparently there are ducks in the road at daybreak, 114th South. I don't know if they're in a row.
Just watch out for ducklings. Just watch out.
Make way for ducklings.
Oh, yeah, make
Another
way,
friend of the. Let me watch out.
Watch out for ducklings. No, it's make way for ducklings.
Let's see. Friend of the program says multiple traffic lights are out at One Earth South. Do you mean First South? I don't know.
Probably voice to text.
Please clarify. Yeah. Please. Crash westbound SR-73 Main Street. Milepost 36. This is in Lehigh on I-15. Right shoulder being affected there. Crash northbound SR-36 Mills Junction in Tooele. And like I said, if you see ducklings or garbage or even an accident, you can text us 33986 and I will pass it along. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm, Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right, round 2 of your boners coming up. What do we got?
Here are the candidates. Number 1, on the plus side, the autopilot seemed to work pretty well. Number 2, they'll never look for a gun in there. Boner candidate number 3, Mom, Dad, get your damned acts together. Huh?
All right, round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rank. He would pay me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side. Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back. Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Aye.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me over. Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fett. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
All right, 8:22 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Because see, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of Round 1's voting. Round 1, we did that about an hour ago. And we'll take both of those winners from each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide Boner of the Day for today. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now it's time for Round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you have heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
It's a delicious prize. It's a gift certificate to Diversion Eatery, which we will email to you so you know you will get it. It's the kind of prize you can actually get from Radio from Hell right now. Diversion Eatery gift certificate.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Well, on the plus side, the autopilot seemed to work perfectly well. A Canadian man has been charged after he was found asleep at the wheel of his self-driving Tesla, traveling at over 93 miles an hour down a highway in Alberta, Canada. The incident occurred after authorities received a complaint about a Model S Tesla speeding, and it was on a highway near the town of Ponoka. The car appeared to be self-driving, traveling at 140 kilometers per hour, with both of the front seats completely reclined and both occupants of the car appearing to be asleep.
Oh, not just nodding off. They
laid
down. And
police said that after a responding officer flashed emergency lights on the vehicle, the Tesla automatically began to accelerate. Don't know why that happens. I don't know. The driver, a man from British Columbia, was charged with speeding and given a 24-hour license suspension for fatigue. After further investigation, he was also charged with dangerous driving and was served a summons to appear in court. On the plus side, apparently the autopilot was working perfectly. Just taking them down the highway with no problem at all. Now, I think they're supposed to have I think the autopilot is supposed to have a feature that your fingers have to at least be resting on the steering wheel. And if you take them off, it disengages. You don't necessarily. So I don't know how they were doing this, but it says manufacturer. Yeah, it says the Tesla does have a feature where you need to rest. So I don't know. Maybe his fingers were resting on the steering wheel somewhere on the bottom of it. But on the plus side, the autopilot seemed to work pretty well. Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Well, they're never going to look for a gun in there. A Louisiana man was found to have a loaded pistol in his buttocks. Stuffed right up his, during a jail strip search. He has pleaded guilty to weapons and contraband charges. In the plea deal, Justin Savoy copped to a pair of felony counts and a misdemeanor charge in connection with his arrest at a residence in just south of New Orleans. Savoy received a 5-year suspended sentence on the felony convictions. Mr. Lavoie was taken into custody following his sentencing. Police said that he and a female acquaintance were doing something suspicious at the woman's residence. During a pat-down of Mr. Savoy, cops recovered a concealed handgun, marijuana, drug paraphernalia. Then they said, well, we need to do another search as well, and they did a strip search, and they found another gun up his wazoo. It was a .25 caliber Titan pistol concealed in his buttocks.
Wow.
It's got a 2.5-inch barrel, and it's 4.375 inches long, and it was loaded.
Well, it doesn't do you any good if it's not loaded.
Exactly.
What's the point?
Unless you smuggle the bullets in somewhere else, I don't know.
One police officer quipped, "Whoever thought that a .25 caliber pistol could be an assault weapon?"
Oh, that's
Boner candidate number 2. They'll never look for a gun in there. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Mom, Dad, get your damned acts together.
All right. We got candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
If you've been injured by someone else's negligence, whether out walking, cycling, or driving, you deserve an advocate. This is what they do every day. Guide you through the process. Speak with an attorney online 24/7 at utahodvocates.com.
There was a red carpet event at the Emmys on E, the live from the red carpet event. The pre-show got underway, and viewers were greeted by Brad Goreski and Nina Parker. It was supposed to be Juliana Rancic and Vivica Fox, but you know what?
What?
They were tested right before the show, both of them, and both of them tested positive for COVID.
Really?
Yeah, Rancic's absence was explained in a video message from her a few minutes into the show. I don't take missing the award show lightly, she said.
I live for these things.
But unfortunately, this year is just so different. As part of E and NBC Universal's very strict testing guidelines, I did find out I tested positive for COVID-19. Now, as much as I didn't want to hear that, I'm thankful that I heard it before I traveled and possibly exposed other people to it. She and her husband and son, they're all positive in the household there. And apparently their symptoms are not horrific. They're going to be okay. And then Vivica Fox also tested positive and isolated at home. You know who Tariq El Moussa is?
He is one of the House Flipper show guys.
Yeah.
HGTV.
So he was married to this Christina woman, Christina Anstead, and then they had 2 kids, and they did that house show on HGTV. Then they got divorced, and she married somebody else and got pregnant immediately.
Yes.
And had another baby. Well, now she's getting divorced from that guy.
Already?
Yeah,
Good Lord.
Anstead is his name. Anstead.
He's a reasonably charming fellow.
Is he a thing, Anstead?
He was on her show. He would show up on her show every now and then. He wasn't like a mainstay.
Oh, I see.
And he's from New Zealand or Australia or something like that. He was a pretty charming guy, but
yeah, well,
I
not
would say
charming
common
enough.
denominator here, Christina.
Yes,
Maybe
I would
it's
think
you.
Now Tariq El Moussa is being very supportive of his ex-wife in her time of trouble getting divorced from the guy who stole her away from him. So I think that's very big of him.
He knows it'd be good for business.
Yeah. Has he remarried or done anything?
I don't think he has. I don't
keep me
know.
posted on that, will you?
No, but the interesting thing about him was he had thyroid cancer that was diagnosed by someone that watched the show who
Tariq
said,
was?
Yeah, who wrote into the show and said, I'm a nurse, and you ought to get that checked out. And he did, and he had a tumor on his thyroid.
Wow.
He's like, you saved my life. Thank you,
geez.
nurse that watches my show.
This is a sad story. The Utah Division of Wildlife Resources responded to a call at Mountaindale Golf Course after a family of moose became trapped in a cistern on the grounds, and 2 calves drowned.
Oh, no.
In this cistern. But they were able to save the mother. A small herd of moose lives in the area and frequents the golf course. The family got through a fence, fell into the cistern at some point last night, and was discovered Monday morning, according to a Mountaindale employee. The employees who are just beside themselves, they're protective. They try to be protective of the moose, but Utah wildlife officials tranquilized the mother and were able to get her out of the diversion pond using a backhoe. Let's see. I have to go back to this. So a shooting at the trap, the Sun Trap.
Oh.
2 men were arrested Friday night after police say they pointed a loaded gun at a security officer who kicked them out for inappropriately touching one of the employees at the Sun Trap. Police say that Danny Garcia and Anthony Lozano went to the Sun in Salt Lake, and when they entered, Garcia grabbed the female employee's breast. Security confronted him. They both walked off the property, according to the arresting documents. Police said once off the property, Garcia pulled a stolen 9mm handgun out of his waistband, cocked it, pointed it at the security guards. Garcia and Lozano then walked north and pointed the gun at security at the north entrance. Garcia then brandished the gun at a couple of more people. Then they left. A witness at the bar followed the two while on the phone with dispatch, and the police arrived, and they were able to arrest the two. So nobody hurt. Shots were fired. Apparently they fired the gun in the air at some point. A little girl is lucky to be alive after a stray bullet went through her bedroom window, just inches from her head. The shooting happened on 2nd East and Hampton Avenue in the Liberty Park area of Salt Lake. The little girl's family said they fear it was no accident. It's terrifying, said the girl's father, John Wilson. My daughter's completely terrified. So apparently there was someone had parked out in front of their house and blocked their driveway. And Mr. Wilson went out and said, could you please move your cars? You're blocking my driveway. Well, things quickly escalated. He said they started giving me a bunch of guff and swearing at me. That's when he decided to walk away from the confrontation. But then about 30 minutes later, they hear gunshots.
Wow.
Bullet goes whizzing through the bedroom window of the little girl. She said she could hear it go past her, and it shot her stuffed bear right through the center of its forehead.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty dangerous. I don't think they have any suspects. Donald Trump has attempted to cast doubt on Ruth Bader Ginsburg's dying wish.
Yeah.
Claiming without any evidence that a statement released by the Supreme Court justice's family was written by Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, or Chuck Schumer.
Geez, I didn't hear this.
Yeah, it just
God.
happened this morning, yeah.
Ginsburg, of course, died on Friday from pancreatic cancer. She apparently dictated a statement on her deathbed to her granddaughter, which said, quote, "My most fervent wish is that I will not be replaced until a new president is installed. Trump and Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell have vowed to press with a nomination to replace Ginsburg before the election on the 3rd of November, but Trump has said, I don't believe she did that at all. She didn't do that. I know that she said that, but, I'd be more inclined to say, Adam Schiff did it. Adam Schiff wrote that statement. They're just lying.
He's just...
It's a fake deathbed confession. Fake deathbed confession.
Will not be tolerated any longer.
Tolerized. Will not be tolerized.
I can't.
And finally, this story. If you're going to litter, be a litter bug in Thailand's Khao Yai National Park, you better be careful, because the people who run the park have been collecting litter that they find, and they've been mailing it back to the tourists who did it. Thailand's Minister of Natural Resources and Environment has stressed that any rubbish left behind which can endanger the park's wildlife will be packed up and sent back to the offending visitor. Your trash, we will send it back to you. And they kind of are able to track who was at the park at a certain time.
That was going to be my question. How do they know?
Because you have to register to go in and all of that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Every visitor to the park has to register and share their home address. And so, they kind of check, and if you leave litter behind, they pack it up and send it to your home address.
I think that's a great idea, and we should be doing that here.
Yeah.
I support this.
I mean, if you you have to sign up for those camp spots a lot of times.
Sure.
Let's do it.
There was one that online that showed some empty plastic bottles and an empty chip bag and a note written in Thai that said, "You forgot your litter at Khao Yai National Park. We're sending it back to you."
I love this idea. This is terrific. All right.
That's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, turmoil within Real Salt Lake organization continues. Utah Royals FC head coach Craig Harrington and assistant coach Louis Lancaster have been placed on a leave of absence, the team said on Sunday. Assistant coach Amy Lapilbe, it looks French to me, is interim coach, but they're not saying what specifically they're being put on leave
for.
Well,
it said sexual comments, not necessarily directed at team members, but
they're allegations of sexism and racism, is what they say. And the team actually put out a joint statement. I follow them on Instagram. That's where I saw it. But they said, we've had enough. Enough of racist systems excluding black and brown people. Enough of sexist stereotypes infiltrating conversations about our talents, achievements as athletes. Enough of a work environment that's not open and inclusive for all. We acknowledge the past wrongdoings of this organization and choose to move forward in a new direction. It's important for us to not sweep these things under the rug, but bring them to light in order to hold ourselves and the people around us to a much higher standard. As a team, we're setting the standard with a new beginning, one that is open, welcoming, community-driven, and elite. One that continues the work of iconic trailblazers like Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg to demand equality and respect for all. We expect everyone associated with us to join in upholding these standards. Anything less will impede our progress as a club, players, people. We refuse to settle. Signed, the Utah Royals FC players. Very well said, I think.
Excellent. Excellent.
Well, that's your sports. Weather. It looks like most of the week we're going to be in the mid to upper 80s, so we'll get quite warm again by the end of the week. We do still have that smoky haze going on, unfortunately, so still dealing with that. Traffic, let's see. Friend of the program says stoplights are out between Liberty Park and the ballpark as well. Thank you for sending that in via text 33986. It's very helpful when friends of the program contribute to the traffic, because I'm not out driving, I'm home. Let's see, crash northbound SR36 at Mills Junction in Tooele County. Cars are on the right shoulder there. Crash westbound SR73 Main Street at milepost 36. This is I-15 in Lehigh. And like I said, if you see anything, please text it to us and I will pass it along, 33986. Scott Hale is offering a preseason furnace and AC tune-up for just $54. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Mom, Dad, get your damned acts together. In a school board meeting on Wednesday, the Boca Raton Elementary teacher Edith Pride delivered a colorful message to parents. Parents, please, make sure that you have on proper clothing when you are walking behind your child's computer, because we have seen you in your underwear, your bras, and everything else. Parents, please, when you are helping your children at their computers, do not appear with big joints in your hands or cigarettes. Some of these joints are as big as cigars. Oh, yeah, we've seen them. Although her comments drew laughter from the crowd, her message struck a chord with many local teachers who've had similar experiences navigating the sometimes unpredictable world of online lessons. I had a parent who sat on the couch and we could see an ankle monitor on the leg. I had a father who was drinking a beer at 11:45 in the morning. Boner candidate number 3, Mom and Dad, get your damned acts together.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, on the plus side, the autopilot seemed to work pretty well. Tesla driver charged after being found asleep at the wheel of his self-driving car that was going 90 miles an hour. Boner candidate number 2, they'll never look for a gun in there. Police finding a loaded gun hidden in a perp's posterior. And boner candidate number 3, Mom and Dad, get your damned acts together.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Okay, so right now you got to pick your champion for round 2 to send forward to boner fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. All right, that's one way. Another way is you can call, use your voice to vote, 877-602-9696. They'll take your vote in the producer's booth there in Salt Lake. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting September 21, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. Either way, you'll have until the end of these messages to vote. This is round 2.
When Carrie, Bill, and
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab, when you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't
you
know.
were.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too big?
I didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third- yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
All right, geek news in a moment. First, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Corn Salad.
And Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. Mondays, you get $2 off pizzas. Open daily from 11 to 10, 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Yeah, and Janie won a Diversion Eatery gift card for being a random voter.
Nice.
We had boner candidate number 1. On the plus side, the autopilot seemed to work pretty well. Tesla driver, 20 years old, charged with being sound asleep behind the wheel of his Tesla that was speeding at 93 miles an hour down the highway. Boner candidate number 2, well, we'll never look for a gun in there. Police finding a loaded gun hidden up a perp's.
Yeah.
Up his, it was in his, posterior. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And boner candidate number 3, Mom, Dad, get your damned acts together. Teachers saying some parents drinking, smoking, appearing half naked during online classes, their children learning at home. And the winner, boner candidate number 3, Mom, Dad, get your damned acts together.
All right, that's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how it does against the winner of round 1's voting. Should be an interesting competition at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day between those two champions. That's when Boner Fight happens. All right, is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, the best built trucks are at National. They need your trade-in, and we'll give you $3,500 more for it, so you can drive home in a built truck from National.
Thank you. Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Do It For My Cat.
Okay.
All right. So we were watching the Emmys last night, and I got up to get a little something, and Sue said, Carrie, come here. Go back into the TV room. Sure, and she goes, watch. And I was surprised. This was a surprise to everybody that this was going to happen. We got our first look at the Disney Plus TV series WandaVision. WandaVision.
Vision. Oh, we have 5 pets.
This is our home now. I want us to fit in.
Oh, this is gonna be a gas. Where did you two move from? How long?
Now, here's the thing about WandaVision.
Don't you have children yet?
It seems to be parodying many famous family sitcoms, including Bewitched. She's a Scarlet Witch. See,
Stop it.
Oh,
Stop it.
it's the Olsen.
Yes.
This is really happening.
So I got a lot of questions about this. People saying, what's going on with this show?
Yeah.
And here's the important part. This is...
I did? No. Why would you think that?
Because you are.
You see, Vision is dead. Remember, he died at the end of Infinity War. And Wanda, Scarlet Witch, was there for the battle at the end of Endgame, but you notice Vision was not, because he was dead.
Yeah.
So how do you have a TV series when one of your characters is dead? Well,
Hey, yeah.
one, he's a robot. Well, he's an android. But secondly, she has powers that have not been revealed yet in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And so people are asking me, how is this possible? What's going on? Well, she, the Scarlet Witch, one of the most powerful heroes in the Marvel, not just comic books, but in the cinematic universe. But she can also, she has the power to alter reality. Let me put it that way. So maybe this has got something to do with that. It appears that as we watch the trailer, Vision does in fact come back somehow. Of course he's a robot, of course he could. But I get a feeling that they're going to incorporate a couple of things. One of my favorite Vision stories is one where he decides to move to the suburbs. And maybe they're going to
simple life.
Live the simple life, yeah. And that was a great story. And then there's also the House of M storyline, which is also reality shaping. It may be at play here in this new series. But the sad thing was about this looks great, and I'm very excited for it. I actually got emotional. That's how depressed I am. We didn't get a release date. It did
so
not
does that
say
mean
when
it's not all...
Well, they finished
or
shooting
something?
it. They finished shooting it before the COVID. So, yeah, it was in the can. But they didn't give us a release date. They just keep saying soon, soon. So, I don't know. Go and watch the trailer online. It's kind of interesting. It's funny. I got mostly Marvel news today. I didn't mean to do that, but there we go. We got our casting another Disney Plus TV series that is coming. I mean, there's a bunch of them. Besides WandaVision, you're getting a Loki TV series. You're getting Falcon and the Winter Soldier. You're getting, that's just on Disney Plus. The other Disney Plus show that they are moving forward on, well, there's two of them. There's Ms. Marvel, and I'll get to that later in the week. But She-Hulk. They're moving forward with She-Hulk, and they've gone as far as casting the character.
Do they call her Shulk?
They call her Shulky.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Tatiana Maslany. Now, you remember her from Orphan Black?
Yeah.
She was also just recently in that Perry Mason remake where she played the crazy religious leader, the woman all dressed in white.
Yeah.
She has been cast as She-Hulk. Now, for those who don't know, Jennifer Walters, an attorney and cousin of Bruce Banner, in the comics, an emergency blood transfusion from her cousin Bruce gives Walters her Hulk powers, but unlike Banner, She-Hulk was able to keep her intelligence and personality when she hulked out. Now, that was in the comic.
Now, you've showed me pictures in the comic where she's like in a suit.
Yeah.
She's like green and hulky, but she's, going to work.
Going to work, exactly. She actually enjoyed her, being She-Hulk. She enjoyed that look. And so here's my question is, I don't know how you do that when you've got currently in the Marvel Cinematic Universe a smart Hulk.
Because
he figured out how to
if
do
you
it.
haven't seen it, he goes there.
Now, in the comic book, go to x96.com/live. I got a couple of things for you if you want to be watching there. In the comic book, this is one of the more recent issues of Avengers here. And that's what She-Hulk is currently looking like right now. And she's having the cess with Thor, right?
What?
Yeah, she's.
I don't want to see that.
Her and Thor are an item in the current Avengers comic. So anyway, there's that. I've got something else to show you if you stay at x96.com/live. Remember The Mandalorian, how the Baby Yoda was such a surprise and everybody wanted Baby Yoda merch and there wasn't any because Jon Favreau said, I don't want to spoil the reveal of Baby Yoda?
Mm-hmm.
Well, season 2 of The Mandalorian is coming and now the opposite is true. They're doing promotions of products. It's called Mando Mondays.
Oh, geez.
And they're going to release something new, a bunch of stuff every Monday from October 26th through December 21st. Every Monday you're going to get something new. Toys, apparel, books, comics, collectibles. MandoMondays.com is where you go for that information. Now then the other thing, was I was reading current issue of Thor, as you can see I have here.
Yeah.
And I look at the page, and there's a part in here where Thor has just tossed his hammer out of Asgard. He's the king of Asgard now because his father is dead. Just tossed his hammer out of Asgard because he's having a relationship issue with it. Mjolnir is not acting the way that it should.
Okay.
So he just tossed it to Oklahoma. As you can see the picture there,
Tony Stark.
he has written on the side of the hammer, "Call Tony Stark," and there's a phone number.
Mm-hmm.
You have Tony Stark's phone number now?
Well, actually, yes.
Not just Carrie.
Everyone has it. When you call that number, which of course I did. I'm trying to find the text of it. I tried to get an audio recording of it, and I failed miserably. It's a guy who sounds very much like Robert Downey Jr. saying, "Hi, yes, this is Iron Man. However, due to some big blonde jerk, I no longer use this number. But hey, nice try anyway. Stay safe out there. I'm busy enough as it is."
Okay.
It's just this little fun recording, you know.
Yeah.
And you're, something, and then he tells you to go to a certain website to get everything.
To buy stuff.
To buy stuff,
Trick.
probably.
It's a
So
trick.
you get tricked. You get tricked. Anyway, let's peek into my weekend there. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15 at milepost 337 in Sunset. It is off to the right shoulder there. Crash westbound SR-73 Main Street. This is I-15 in Lehigh. And those both came in a while ago, so I'm hoping they're cleared up by now. The UDOT website is showing me green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front, and nobody sent me anything via text, so let's assume that the worst of the traffic is over for today. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right. KXRK Provo will take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight coming up. Stand by. X96.
During these bizarre times, remember that X90...
We talked briefly about this yesterday, but the subject of billboards came up, and Todd came to us and said, "Want to do some billboards for November?" We did our zombie ones for October, for Halloween. How about something for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And we thought, well, let's give away some turkeys.
Can we give away turkeys? We have to ask. Can we give away turkeys?
Let's give away some turkeys.
Seems like the thing to do for the season.
And Todd said, sure, we can do that. That's easy.
So can we promote that on a billboard that we're giving away turkeys?
And so I mean, I didn't speak to the graphics guy, but we have an in-house graphics guy. We have a couple of them, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And said, somebody conveyed to him, look, they're giving away turkeys or free turkeys.
Well, he claims that he was not communicated with.
Well, that's
correctly.
what he claims. So now the billboard.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can
see it's kind of stretched out.
It's a squished version, yeah. I mean, for some reason, he chose to put our heads on cooked turkey bodies.
And then it just says turkeys.
And it says turkeys. Now, and then
I think
it says Radio from Hell Mornings X96. Turkeys, exclamation
turkeys.
point.
Yeah, I think this is Tracy giving us the big middle finger.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think people are going to see this and go, I think Radio from Hell's giving away free turkey. I think what it's doing, it's calling us
turkeys. That's obviously
That's
what it's doing.
I think is happening here.
And I, for one, am offended.
And well, you should be. And plus, your drumstick is burnt.
Yeah,
look at it.
Look at that. You're over.
No one will eat that.
I have kind of a nice tan.
Yeah,
but
I'm a little overcooked.
I look like I've been in the tanning booth.
But I think, okay, so, look, I'm willing. Look, my gut says he did it on purpose, because for some reason he doesn't like us.
He did.
But I'm willing to give him a second chance to fix it. Unfortunately, he's about a week and a half behind on his art. So
How long does it take to?
he's got other assignments. He's got the soccer team.
How are people going to know we're giving away free turkeys?
Well, we'll give one away. What tomorrow, Katie? We'll probably give one away tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll give away a turkey. It
You
better
know,
be a
we're-
Norbest.
We're trying to. We are trying to focus on Thanksgiving because we feel like it gets neglected every year and just rushed right through the season to Christmas. I found this Thanksgiving traditions that have been mostly forgotten, so we need to bring
Traditions that have been mostly forgotten. Okay.
Thanksgiving greeting cards.
I know Cabin Fever has a bunch of those.
So Christmas cards, everybody knows that, Valentine's cards. But back in the 1800s, people used to give each other Thanksgiving greetings. And this is what Dave says at Cabin Fever. This is the perfect time of year to send somebody a note saying why you're thankful for them.
Yeah.
My family still does that one.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, so I could send somebody a note saying, I will be very thankful if you would invite me over for Thanksgiving dinner.
I guess you could do that.
I mean, you can.
I mean, please invite me for Thanksgiving dinner. I would be very thankful.
Playing football before dinner, like the Kennedys do.
Oh, touch football, yeah.
Yeah, touch football in the
Oh,
yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to do that for Thanksgiving.
Place cards on your
Names
dining room
where
table.
you have your name on it, and there'd be little turkeys or something like that.
That was only at like weddings.
No, you do Thanksgiving.
No, Thanksgiving. Well, it's because you never have anybody over.
And
No,
this is,
exactly.
And especially these days, those are important because maybe you don't want Grandpa Trumpy to be sitting next to.
Try to avoid
Maybe that's for really big families.
Well,
I have a super small family.
We do that, and now there are 3 of us at home, but we do that every night anyway.
No, it's a good idea.
Because I don't ever remember where I'm supposed to sit.
Oh boy.
Using your grandma's old recipes.
Yes.
That's
Actually, I use Gordon Ramsay's
My
recipe
grandma
now,
was a
but-
terrible cook.
Oh, so you don't want that.
Oh.
And at dinner,
I use her recipe for putting that cheese in the celery. That's what I use her recipe.
at dinner, actually going around the table and saying what you're thankful for.
We do that, and
What?
my mom cries every single time.
Why would you do that on Thanksgiving?
That's because that's what it's all about.
Oh, it's right there in the name, isn't
Thanks.
it?
Giving.
Breaking the wishbone.
I remember
Oh
that.
yeah, no, I fight over that every year.
Every year it was my grandfather who broke wind.
So the wishbone from the turkey, you're supposed to break it, and whoever gets the bigger piece, they're supposed to have.
Make a wish.
You kind of have to save it because it doesn't.
Well, it does have
You
to
gotta let
dry.
it
It
dry,
has to
yeah.
dry out. So.
Yeah, otherwise it's never going to break for you.
Yeah. Using the good china and the good so what are some of the things your family does, Katie?
We do it buffet style. I don't know about other people, but we do solid buffet style. So we set everything out, and then we just go through the kitchen, then go to sit in the dining room.
That makes a lot more sense than trying to pass it around, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
I think the only thing we really pass are the rolls, and that's because everybody eats multiple rolls. We have butt rolls every single year.
What?
Yeah, so
Okay, great.
so we make our own rolls, but you know how frozen rolls come in just like little balls of dough?
Yeah.
So we put 2 of them in a pie, like a
Muffin tin?
muffin tin. Yeah, so we put 2 in one tin, and when they expand and they cook, they become butt rolls, and you can pull them in half perfectly.
This is what you call
butt
them on
rolls.
Yeah, we
Thanksgiving
call them
is
butt rolls.
I'm gonna butter my butt roll.
We used to use a traditional family recipe for the turkey, and then Gordon Ramsay's recipe came out, and it has the best gravy I've ever had in my entire life. So we use that from now on.
It's donkey gravy.
It's amazing gravy that you put like lemons, onions, and things inside of the turkey and let it cook, and then you pull all those out. You cut off the wings and stuff, and you let it boil in cider beer, something, and broth. And then you mash all of.
You got to get just the right amount of something, though.
Yeah, I know. You mash all of that up, and you reduce it down, and it makes the most flavorful gravy
Sounds
I've
good.
ever had in my life. I can bring some into you guys after Thanksgiving if you want to
here's
try.
Yeah, bring me a cup of gravy.
Anytime. It's
I'd
actually,
love a cup of
I know
gravy.
you
Now,
would, Bill.
now here's a text. Back in the 1800s, we used chamber pots. Are we going to bring them back?
Well,
Well, that's a weird Thanksgiving tradition you got there, dude.
What did they use
I know,
chamber
That's
pots
weird.
for?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to know.
What's
don't either.
What's the one thing that you have at Thanksgiving dinner that you never eat? That you go, why are we
they
having?
usually don't
We
eat?
have this because it's tradition, and you don't.
And
eat
nobody
it.
touches it?
Well, no, but just you personally.
Cranberries.
Oh.
You don't
I
like
don't.
I mean,
cranberries?
no, I like them. You asked something that we don't eat during the year, but
No,
we
that's
have.
not what I meant. I mean,
What
at,
did you mean?
at Thanksgiving dinner.
That's
you
prepared.
put it out. You put it out, and nobody will.
And nobody,
Cranberry
nobody
sauce.
eats
or you won't eat it.
That would be
okay.
me. Cranberry sauce. I don't like it.
I can't think of it. Pumpkin pie.
You
I
pretty
don't
much
care
don't
for
do
the
it.
pumpkin
I don't
pie.
waste my time with pumpkin pie.
It has to be the homemade pumpkin pie from my family with actual like real pumpkin.
Well, I insist on having Brussels sprouts, but I know that some people don't eat them.
We have them all year.
Yeah, you don't have to wait.
Well, no, but you gotta have them on Thanksgiving.
You gotta.
Gotta.
Okay.
On this day.
In 1967, Tyler Stewart, drummer with the Canadian rock band Bare Naked Ladies, was born.
There you go. 9:09.
You guys heard Riley barking earlier this morning.
Yeah,
Yes.
quite early.
When it was still dark outside. And I got up and I went to let her out, and she seemed very upset about something happening out there in the darkness, but I didn't see anything, so brought her back in. A couple hours later, during a commercial break, I walked out into the kitchen and I looked at the house across the street covered in toilet paper. So I think she was hearing shenanigans across the street. And
That's
when
a
I told you
horrible-
guys this,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh no, just when I told you guys this, you were like, early in the morning. Why are they doing that early in the morning? And Nick, who's helping us out today, he knows why they were doing it early in the morning.
Well, you got to get it before the sprinkler system starts, right?
Yeah. Right.
Because
Well,
that's
that means-
worse when it's
because
all
of-
wet.
Right.
It's
so
a
much harder
horrible
to clean
thing
up.
to do. It is a horrible thing to do to someone. You spend days cleaning that stuff off.
Well,
It's awful.
That also presumes that you've done reconnaissance to know when their sprinklers come on.
Right.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's
All
a whole
right.
stakeout operation.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So
is it some of your little buddies over there doing that? You got something against somebody in Gina's neighborhood, Nick?
Yeah, I got a few kids I know that I send out to the neighborhoods to do my bidding.
It's like a crime boss.
Exactly.
Crime boss for tweens.
They all got
Wow,
raggedy
yeah.
pants and candy.
it's like what? From Oliver Twist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Yeah. Fagin.
Fagin. Thank you.
He's a regular Fagin. That's who
Yeah.
he is.
Every night before
Yeah,
my
it's-
show, I send them out.
It seems harmless, but
It's not.
But it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's terrible. And why? So why do people? Why do you suppose, Nick? Just theorize why they might have done this. I don't know. I don't know why you do it.
I would assume some sort of animosity is felt towards
that-
whoever they're throwing it at, or
I think it's they. So there is a teenager that lives in that house.
A teenager.
So other teenagers probably did this, and my guess is they know that the teenager will have to clean it up. Like the parents will say, "This is probably directed at you. You go clean that up."
So is it a teenager who is being bullied, and this is a sad? Maybe this is something. There's an intervention that needs to happen here. Maybe this is a poor, shunned teenager who lives across the street from you,
I don't-
who's just getting razzed up one side and down the other.
I don't know.
My concern is that in these quarantine times, these times of COVID, that we're wasting the toilet paper.
Exactly.
How valuable is that stuff?
That's like throwing money. You're just throwing money at the trees. You might as well just throw dollar bills.
You should use meat. There's apparently not a shortage of meat anymore. Instead of TPing someplace, they should use meat.
Meet somebody's house? Is
Meet
that what
their
you're
house.
suggesting, Bill?
That'd be
Links and
worse.
sausages being thrown?
That'd be worse than toilet paper. It'd stink.
Yeah.
It'd start to stink.
I heard we have plenty of meat now. There's not a shortage. So
is that right?
Use meat.
Although, if I'm choosing between the toilet papering and the egging, I will take the toilet papering because our house has been egged before, and that's way worse.
What did you do to deserve that?
Well, again, it was when I had a teenager living here, and my guess is he did something to someone else, and that was their retribution. It was my suspicion.
So did you make your teenager clean it up?
He helped, yes. And of course, he said, "Who have you wronged? I don't know. I don't know who did this."
You must be a jerk of some kind.
What did you do?
No, I was standing up for the right. And people are suggesting that maybe they got the wrong house, Gina.
They were going for my house?
Going
Is that
for
what
your
you're
house.
saying?
And
They're probably,
and they're
probably coming for you.
Oh, wrong house number. Oh. All right, we will take a break. We will be back with a reasonable amount of news. Also, Boner Fight is on the way to determine who is Boner of the Day. Stand by for all of that. RanLife.com.
Yes, indeed. Look, we're just talking to a guy that sort of helps me look after my money because I'm too dumb to do it myself. And I told him that I'd refinanced my mortgage with Rand Life, and he said, "Good move, smart move. I didn't even have to tell you to do it. I'm proud of you." And I said, "Oh, thanks, Tom." He said, "Keep that up. Keep that kind of stuff up, and I won't have to tell you anything." Rand Life are the people I financed with. They are a local mortgage company. Interest rates are exceptionally low right now. And if you are under I won't give you the figure. Let Rand Life do that. But check your mortgage interest rates. And if it's hovering up in the 3s and 4s, you definitely should think about refinancing. And Rand Life are the people to do it with. They have loan officers standing by right now to take your call. 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. You can go to their website, randlife.com. But check into it, please. Rand Life. So I saw this story, too, this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, no, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled.
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause.
That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people. And I won't say who, but I kept thinking somebody is stinking this car up, and you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
raggedy.
Can you tell? It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Hey, it is 9:20 right now. We got Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes. So I'd say this is a reasonable amount bordering on Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by.
Surprise your dog with one of over 20 handcrafted treats and personalized doggy pizzas and cookies from Ma and Pa's Bakery. Healthy, holistic food, well-being are their specialty. Find them in Mill Creek, American Fork, and Ma and Pa's Bakery Inc.com.
Catherine O'Hara, Eugene Levy, Dan Levy, Annie Murphy, and the show's team took home 7 Emmy Awards for the night. The beloved sitcom, which racked up a whopping 15 nominations, took home the first 7 awards at the 72nd Annual Emmys on Sunday, making history as the first comedy series to win all 4 acting Emmys in its category in a single year, and the first series to win all 7 major awards in a single year. Schitt's Creek was previously nominated for 4 awards at the 2019 Emmys, but didn't win any. This year, the Canadian show which wrapped its sixth and final season in April, was the second most nominated comedy of the year after The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. The 4 Schitt's Creek actors who play the Rose family were all nominated, all won. Catherine O'Hara led the pack with the first win of the night for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. Eugene Levy got one. He was his son, Dan, standing behind him teary-eyed.
Yeah, he was like, Carrie and I are both doing that. Oh,
yeah, he was.
Very cute. They have a really cute relationship. I've heard them interviewed a couple of times together, pre-Emmy stuff, and they just adore each other.
Jimmy Kimmel quipped that the night was quickly becoming a Schitt's Creek.
That's funny.
That's pretty good.
That's a good joke.
Then when Dan Levy won, he said the internet was about to turn on him for the volume of wins. Annie Murphy rounded out the wins, accepting the 6th award. Pretty interesting that show got the legs that it got. As you look at the early episodes of it, you go, well, I don't know, whatever. It just takes its time. The whole show and then the whole series just kind of took its time and let you kind of get to know all of the people involved. And I'm just sorry that the Levy's real daughter didn't win anything.
Was she's nominated?
She's on the show. No, she's not. Wasn't nominated.
Well,
she should have been nominated though. But she's on the show.
She's not on much, though.
I forget her character's name, but she's the woman who runs the cafe and is the waitress.
Mm-hmm.
I think you answered your question saying you don't remember her name.
Yeah.
Well, I think that Dan and Eugene have snubbed her and kept her out of the business.
She has been cast as a lead in a series. I can't remember the name of the series, but it's like these are the people that come in and get rid of ghosts in your house so you can sell them. You can sell the house. Mm-hmm. Nobody's buying the house because there's ghosts in the house, and so they come in and they get rid of it.
Yeah, they cleanse it.
Yeah, she's playing the Mulder of not the Mulder, but the Scully of that one, the skeptical one.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it'll be a failure because, well, Dan and Eugene.
Twyla, that's her character.
Twyla's the character's name. Yeah.
Now, Twyla.
You'd think you'd remember Twyla.
So you'd think there'd be a sequel to Elf. It was a wildly successful movie. Will Ferrell, but no. And apparently the reason there is no sequel to Elf is that Will Ferrell and Jon Favreau just don't care for each other at all.
I wonder why. I don't know the story there.
Well, common denominator coming up. Go ahead.
Oh.
Says there's a good reason why a sequel won't happen. It's because they don't get along. The Wrap spotted a radio interview with Caan in which the
James Caan.
Oh, James Caan, yeah. Which he claimed that Will Ferrell and Jon Favreau just don't get along, which is why the sequel he hoped would happen is not going to. We're gonna do it, and I thought, oh my God, I finally got a franchise movie. I can make some money and let my kids
James
do what the
Caan
hell they
hasn't
want to
made
do.
any money?
Not much.
Probably not.
No, and he's had to give it to probably ex-wives or I don't know, drug dealers or something. Who knows? But he's he'd like to have a franchise movie. That's the if they offer James Caan a sitcom, he'd take it.
But that doesn't say why they hate each other. Why do they hate each other?
Well, he just said he doesn't say. He just said
I think
they don't get along.
In this whole thing, they all have contract signed that says if there is a sequel that Jon Favreau will direct it, he has to. It's by contract. And Favreau says, I don't want to work with Will Ferrell. Plain and simple.
It must be something bad because that would be money. That would just be
exactly. But
here's your common
denominator. Adam McKay and Will Ferrell had a production company, Gary Sanchez Productions, for the longest time. Adam McKay left.
Oh, did he?
He says, I want to go do something else now. And
I thought
he left.
They did Succession together.
Adam McKay has left Gary Sanchez. That's all I know. Maybe Gary Sanchez still exists, but he has left that production company.
But
So
I
maybe
know,
there's-
no, Adam McKay's name is on Succession along with Will Ferrell's.
Okay, well then it's
maybe that's the last.
maybe
thing
one
they
of the
did.
last things that they worked
Yeah.
on together. But he has left the partnership with Will Ferrell, so maybe that's the common denominator. Is maybe Will Ferrell's a dick. Maybe I don't like to think about it because he's a funny guy, but maybe he's a dick.
Yeah.
Could be.
The Utah Education Association fired off 2 letters, one to Governor Gary Herbert, one to the State Board of Education, calling for changes in how state leaders and local health departments oversee school district safety plans. On behalf of the UEA, the Utah Education Association calls on you to increase state oversight and compliance measures to protect the health and safety of public school students and educators and staff, the letter to the governor reads. The UEA president, Heidi Matthews, said that they're realizing that safety measures that districts and schools have put into place have not been adhered to. We have unnecessarily put our teachers and our educators at risk. While she didn't want to name specific districts, Matthews explained they're concerned about some districts in the Salt Lake area where guidelines for quarantine or remote learning are not being followed despite a rise in cases. The cases have spiked in a school, and yet our local school boards are continuing to look at ways to ignore those safety standards, Matthews said. She talked about how school districts each come up with safety plans in the event of a COVID-19 surge, and the teachers counted on those plans. And yet at least 4 high schools have now exceeded this threshold of exposure, and their school district boards are electing to ignore the recommendations, the letter said. They state that teachers feel that they're helpless and disrespected and unsafe. The UEA is asking for state and local health departments to step in and make the districts follow their plans and take action, like telling a school, shut down.
Why are we being wishy-washy about this stuff? There are lives at stake. I don't understand. And these teachers feel lied to. Many of them signed on and agreed to come back because they looked at the guidelines and went, okay, I feel safe doing this, and they're going to shut it down if it gets bad, and now they're not.
You know why they feel lied to? Because they were.
Yeah.
Lied to. Republican Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox continues to hold a commanding lead over Democrat Chris Peterson in the race for Utah governor.
Why?
But nearly a quarter of likely voters say they're still undecided. That's according to a result of a new Deseret News Hinckley Institute poll released Friday. A majority of the state's likely voters said that they would choose Cox if the election were held today. 19% said that they would cast their ballot for Peterson, who is a Utah University law professor and first-time candidate. All right, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
This is the winner from round 1 going up against the winner from round 2. Round 1's winner was I needed a ride home. It's a Florida man who needed a ride home, and so he called 911 many times and said, hey, y'all, I need a ride home. And every time he called, they hung up on him. So he decided he'd call and say, you know what, there's a dead body at the McDonald's here. And so he thought that would get them to come out. And it did.
And he got a ride.
Not home, though. Right to jail. Going up against number 2, Mom, Dad, get your damned acts together. Teachers, this was out of New Orleans, but apparently it's happening a lot of places, saying that parents drink, smoke, and appear half naked during online classes. That you can see them walking behind their students or sitting on the couch behind their students, doing unspeakable things. Please, parents, be aware that your child is in class. That's number 2.
There you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one should be boner of the day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. They'll take your vote via voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, September 21, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear, and then you can vote right online. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That would you please? Damn it, Gina! Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, oh, is Aunt Flo here? I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
Trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
I think you always say that though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says you look fine. I think you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people, because I look at you. And I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice and I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down, I do my job, I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, oh, God.
Yeah.
Boots, get in there.
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Exactly.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just keeps his head down and does his job.
9:37, time to award Boner of the Day.
Which is brought to you by a Langostino roll and corn salad.
And help save a life. Be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
Number one, the first candidate, I needed a ride home. The Florida man who needed a ride home dialed 911 to falsely report a body at the McDonald's. Going against number two, Mom, Dad, get your damned acts together. Stop appearing, drinking a beer in the morning, half naked, whatever, smoking a big joint, in the background of your kids doing online schooling. You just got to stop. And the winner, by 4 votes, Boner candidate number one, I needed a ride home.
Well, there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, September 21st. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. All right, is this Christina Davis on the phone?
Yeah, hello, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Great. Strategic Communications Manager at the Department of Workforce Services. And you want to talk a little bit and tell us more about, we've mentioned it before, but this housing rent relief program that's available. What are some of the qualifications for it, Christina?
Yeah, it's pretty simple, actually. So a household just needs to have a combined gross income at or below 100% of area median income. And I realize, of course, most people aren't going to have any idea what that is, but you can reach out to your local agency that's implementing this program by calling 211, and they'll help you figure that out.
Okay.
And that's your current income. So if you're a person who was making great money a few months ago and then you lost your job because of the pandemic, your income now would be zero. And so they're looking at this current month that you're applying for help.
Okay.
And then you have to have experienced a loss of income or a financial hardship related to COVID-19. So, of course, that could be a job loss, or your hours are cut way back, or you're in the hospital because you're sick, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So then you are eligible for up to a certain amount of money. Is it $2,000? Is that right?
Yep, it's $2,000 a month, and that can go for rent, utilities, late fees, security deposits, and back rent too. If you've been in a tough situation for a few months because of this pandemic, and you're like, oh, I worked out something with my landlord, they gave me an extra month, then we can go back and help pay for that as well.
Now, I understand that this is not a this isn't going to go on forever. I think the deadline or the end of this program is the end of this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. The money is only available until December 30th of this year. So if you're kind of finding yourself in a tight spot, now's the time to take advantage of it. Something else that's out there right now, there's been an eviction moratorium, but something that's really important for people to understand about that is that doesn't relieve anyone of their obligation to pay their rent. So it does mean that a landlord couldn't start eviction proceedings due to lack of payment. But when you get to the end of that eviction moratorium, if you're not up to date on your rent, you're probably going to be out on the street. So it's important to just stay up to date on those rent payments, even with that moratorium. So we can help you do that.
So there's a time certain, the end of the year, but is there a deep pile of money there that just won't run out before the end of the year?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. The state legislature allocated $20 million in CARES Act funds for this program, and so far we've only spent about $2 million. So there are plenty of funds available. So if this is something that could benefit you, come and take advantage of it.
Okay, find out. So you can find out if you can just call 211 right now, and there may be some wait times there. I don't know how well staffed that is, but. Call 211 and find out if you qualify and how to get the funds. Or you can go to rentrelief.utah.gov. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. So whichever one of those is easier for you, there's a little more information at the website. But either one of those can direct you to your local agency that's implementing the program, and then they'll help you through the whole process.
All right. So, take care of yourself, take care of your rent, take care of your family. Rentrelief.utah.gov, or just call 211. Christina Davis with the Workforce Services. Thanks a lot for talking with us.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. All right. So we will take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits. Stand by for that. Zero res. Keep it clean.
Yeah, please keep it clean.
Yeah, we're all being harder on our homes these days because we're home more. They need the cleaning now more than ever.
And so call Zero Res, and you will feel better when you know that your carpets, your upholstery, all of that, it'll make you feel better if that's clean. And it's not a hassle to do. You just go to their website. You can find them. Just Google Zero Res Salt Lake or Zero Res Davis Weber. You can find them that way, or call Zero Res 801-2880. That's 288-ZERO, or 288-9376 if you prefer. Make an appointment. They'll do. Now, right now they're doing $33 per room for 3 rooms, and if you do 3 rooms, you get the 4th room for free. They do a great job. It's clean, environmental. They don't use chemicals or detergents. We like them a lot. Go to Zero Res and get your carpet cleaned now.
Sturdy. Spell it with me now, S-T-U-R-D-Y. And now we'll use it in a little bit of dialogue, starring as our Utah friends LeVar and LeGrand. The scene takes place in LeGrand's family room as this conversation ensues. Again, the word is sturdy.
A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Well, that does it. Took a lot of work to get the old family room ready for Christmas, but there's still one very important thing I got to do, LeVar, to make sure Christmas goes off without a hitch.
Well, what could you have possibly left out, LeGrand? I mean, the whole room looks like it jumped out of Good Housekeeping's Christmas issue.
Thanks.
I mean, the tree is up and beautifully decorated. There's mistletoe and holly wreaths in all the right places.
Don't stand under that mistletoe.
Oh, all right. And the stockings are hung by the chimbley with care.
Yep.
What possibly could you have left out?
Well, just come on over here by the fireplace, LeVar. Come and take a good look inside the fireplace and tell me what you see.
Looks like an ordinary chimbley to me.
Look at all that soot. If I don't do something about all that soot, Sandy will pass us by this year.
I don't follow what you're saying.
Well, sturdy. The fireplace sturdy. That soot's nearly a half-inch thick.
Well, that's what happens with all the smoke. The chimbley gets sturdy.
Well, you know how particular and health-smart Sandy is.
Yeah.
Sandy won't come down any chimbley sturdy.
Me too. I feel the same way that Santa does.
Huh?
I mean, me neither. I won't come down a chimbley sturdy neither. That's funny.
You playing Sandy somewhere here in town, LeVar? I can't imagine you as a Sandy Claus.
Oh, I'm a great Santa, LeGrand. I got a big bag of goodies, if you know what I mean.
No.
A big bag to stuff down the chimbley. But only if it's clean.
I better call someone to come over and clean this year chimbley, or Sandy won't come.
Stop it! You're killing me.
What?
Who are you gonna call? You gonna
well-
call one of them doctors that specializes in chimbleys? Maybe he could prescribe a shot of penicillin to clean it out.
No, I'm just gonna call a chimbley sweep. He'll bring a big, long brush and then climb up on top and shove it down the flue.
Well, that sounds painful.
You know, LeVar, sometimes you really puzzle me.
Shove it down the flue.
9:48.
Can't. So apparently James Caan, Sonny from The Godfather.
Yeah.
And he's been in notable movies.
Yes.
And I made a joke about he'd even take a sitcom. Well, he has been in a sitcom, which did not go well,
Which
apparently.
didn't make him any money.
No, it's called Back in the Game, in which he played Terry Gannon. Oh, no, he played the father of Terry. So there's a character named Terry Gannon, a divorced single mother who moves in with her estranged father, a beer-swilling former baseball player, played by James Caan. So this cute young mom with 2 kids has to move in with her beer-swilling former baseball player father. And it was not successful.
He's had a series of unsuccessful TV projects. He was, I can't remember the name of the show, but he was a casino owner.
Oh, yeah?
In some detective show that took place in Las Vegas.
I kind of remember that.
I can't remember that, but that didn't last. He's, other than The Godfather, he's...
Well, no, Misery.
Misery, that's right.
Oh,
Misery.
yeah.
Yeah, he was Misery. Let's see, what else has he done that's of note?
But Elf was probably his biggest money maker, I would bet.
That's probably, he gets more exposure from Elf than anything, yeah.
He did a voice in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
He's not making money from that still.
But it's Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
And there was a sequel to that too, wasn't there?
Yeah,
I don't know.
So. He was in the Get Smart movie. I think the TV series you're thinking of where he might have played a casino owner was called Las Vegas.
Was it Las Vegas?
I think that might be the one as I look through.
I just remember that the star of the show was the detective, and he would occasionally ask him for favors.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember the show.
Yeah, no, I'm just
Oh,
trying
wasn't it Magic City? That was it.
See,
No,
terrible name.
There's a show here called Las Vegas that he was in.
Yeah.
Or TV show. So, let's see. Oh, he was in The Godfather.
Yeah.
No,
My Santino.
Yeah, he has not done he's done a lot of stuff, but just not a lot of.
He was in Bottle Rocket with Wes Anderson. You're not getting rich off of that, though.
No.
He was in Dick Tracy. Sorry.
No. No, not going to get rich on that.
Guy in the chat room found an image of him in Dick Tracy because, as you know, in the Dick Tracy universe, all the villains are misshapen.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, they've got him all kind of done up.
And he goes back a long way, too, doing TV in the 60s.
See, his son, Scott, was smart. He got
Scott
himself...
Conn?
Yeah, he got himself a good... He's on the Hawaii Five-0, which I believe is
The new
still
one.
a thing. Isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought I heard it was ending.
I saw one of those, and I couldn't stand it. It was so bad.
I thought I heard that it was ending because, like, the 2 main Asian actors walked out because
maybe
they weren't getting paid the same as their white counterparts.
Not only was James Caan in the TV or in the movie of Get Smart, which was kind of a flop with Steve Carell.
The nude bomb? Oh,
He was-
the other Get Smart
Yeah,
movie.
no. But Carrie...
Nude bomb with no nudity in it, by the way.
No.
There
But
was
Carrie-
no nudity in that movie.
James Caan was in the original Get Smart TV series as well. He was in 2 episodes as a character, Rupert of Rathskeller.
I feel like we were lied to with the nude bomb. It was a movie about there was a bomb, then it would go off and your clothes would disappear.
It would make all clothing disappear, yeah.
Was that the plot?
Yes.
That's the premise.
I never
Chaos
saw it.
has created a bomb, Chief, that will destroy all the clothing on Earth. And it did go off at the end.
Yeah, but there was no nudity.
Well,
you saw a lot of bare shoulders, and that was it.
Well, that's nudity.
Missed it by that much.
It was very disappointing.
That's nudity, isn't it?
I mean,
Bare shoulders?
No. You want if they promise nudity, there should be nudity.
And here's the least helpful text of the day. The guy from Transformers was in the Las Vegas show. He was the head of security.
Oh,
The guy
well.
from
Oh, the guy from Transformers.
Okay, the Las Vegas TV series.
Yes.
2003 to 2007. So it was on for a while. And let's see who James Caan played. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Ed Deline. I don't know. It doesn't say what that is, though. Yeah, it doesn't say. He looks like a casino owner, though.
Of course he does.
He has a goatee and he wears a suit.
He's James Caan. Of course he is. Yeah.
Casino owner. Or manager or whatever.
My Santino. Oh, Brian's song and Rollerball. Let's not forget those from way back.
Oh, yeah. Now, yeah, Rollerball was actually pretty successful.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly Brian's song was successful. So.
Yeah.
Brian Piccolo. He died.
Why did we go down the James Caan hole?
I don't know.
You took us there.
I didn't mean
We just
to.
followed you.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
Going down those show holes are fun for me.
Show hole.
Because if I think about that, I'm not thinking about the impending doom.
Yeah.
You know.
The nude bomb.
God. The nude bomb.
I think I heard that there was no nudity, so I didn't go see it. What? No nudity? Well, I'm not going to that.
They, my little theater in Payson. I grew up in Salem, but Payson was the closest town that had a movie theater. And they weren't going to show that show because they were worried about there being nudity.
Carrie, I'm sending you the trailer.
The trailer for the nude bomb?
It's like, and shows and movie places like that in Utah would not show the name of the movie Oh God on the marquees.
I was just about to bring that up because when Oh God played at the Hewish Theater in Payson, it was not called Oh God. You know, the opportunity for Oh Gosh was there, and they blew it. They went with That Very Special Movie.
Really?
That's what they on the marquee. That Very Special Movie. They even covered up, the poster had
George Burns.
George Burns, thank you. Had George Burns there, and he's like, hi, and underneath they wrote, That Very Special Movie.
I sent you that, Carrie, in your email.
In my emails?
There was Oh God 2, The Search for Curly's Gold.
No.
Yeah. What?
Wasn't The
What do you
Search
mean,
for
no?
Curly's Gold?
22. Yes, it was.
34. 86. Maxwell Smart is back. You've heard of the Naked Gun, but would you believe the nude bomb?
Nations of the world. This is chaos. We have in our power a devastating new weapon, rendering the entire world completely new.
The fate of the entire world is in your hands.
Maxwell Smart is a fool and a bum.
You cannot be too careful with your gun.
Are you all right?
Missed it by that much.
Now I have
A stapler telephone? That's fantastic, Carruthers. Can it also be used as a stapler?
No.
Oh, well, you better work on that.
Anyway.
This
terrible.
So let's make the trailer for a movie as dull as we possibly can.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Good Lord.
That was before they figured out the formula, Bill.
They let that guy with a crappy accent go on and on and on.
Yeah. It was before they figured out the formula of how to make a trailer, and now there is a formula that you follow, and nearly all trailers follow it.
Oh.
All right, let's do the promo.
Thank you for sending me the link to. I'll be looking this movie up. James Caan stars in Undercover Grandpa. Hey,
Isn't
come on
it
in
tiring
here.
on the Undercover Grandpa?
The title alone repels me.
I'm the Undercover Grandpa.
I don't even need to know. Anyway, all right.
I'm not ready. Here, gotta find it. Wait, there it is. Okay.
On Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45, we're going to take our city's temperature, and there's only one way to get an accurate reading on that, with the State of Utah Weekly Update with Nate McDonald.
But before then, at 7, you'll get another lesson in the vernacular with Utah Word of the Day, and also stay tuned for a wellness check at 9:30 with Nurse Nicole Lamb.
It's all on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right, I think we're all
Are
right.
we good, Nick? Nick's in charge.
Everything's
Nick's
all right?
the one that says when we're done.
All right.
What does that say?
Oh, Good Days with Nick, where he hasn't screwed up. We're on day 4?
Day 3.
Day 3,
Day
okay.
3 for Good Days with Nick, where he hasn't screwed up. Well, technically you did neglect something. When we went to the potty break song, you didn't play the Rosie O'Donnell I'm going to the bathroom drop. So
it's an oopsie poopsie, and I would like to blame the entire team for that. It's an effort all around. So.
I'm just wondering if we take away a point or not. But anyway,
I'll let it slide. I'm in charge of the points. I'll let it slide.
What is noopsie poopsie?
Yeah, I don't.
What's
that's a
that?
mistake. You should take a point away for that.
All right.
All right.
It's already
Good
written
job.
down.
Good job, Nick. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
There's no nudity in the Nude Bomb movie.
Go figure.
Corey is next.